And welcome back. That's a shot of Rafael Nadal just walking in off the practice court, rackets in hand. All the work is done. It's time to go play. And that's coming up at the bottom of the hour. He'll take on Novak Djokovic, Rod Laver Arena. Take it back to last summer. Novak Djokovic finally wins his first Wimbledon title, and with it takes the #1 ranking away from Rafael Nadal. Then to New York in the U.S. Open, Nadal's last chance to wrestle #1 back. Djokovic denies him, taking the U.S. Open as well. And that made it a perfect 6-0 over Nadal in the finals last year.
Put a big cross through all of those if you're Rafael Nadal. It's about short-term memory here for him. Those 6 matches didn't even happen last year as far as he's concerned.
The refresh button.
He's coming into 2012. This is a new day. This is a new year, a new opportunity. It's his chance right here.
And if you're the Joker, time to get greedy, man. Time to re-up and set the tone for 2012.
Let's get to the guys who are going to call the match as we're ready to get on the move. Brad and I headed to the arena. You go courtside. And Chris Fowler, Patrick McEnroe will be in the booth. Evening, guys.
Good evening, Chris. Djokovic is greedy, I promise, and filled with self-belief. And Rafael Nadal is as determined as I've ever seen him. It feels like the days when he was chasing Federer. These are historically top-heavy times in men's tennis because the top is so brilliant. And these are the two guys now. After tonight, they will have shared the last 8 Grand Slam titles. Federer has only been in 1 of those 8 finals. So the 2 matches we showed you, those hard-court Masters finals, if you ask the Nadal camp, they'll tell you that was a crucial turning point. Djokovic had never come from a set down to beat him. Then he went on to the clay and the grass as well.
Well, I think what happened in that part of the year was obviously crucial, Chris, and that was the mental block that Djokovic got over against Nadal. Then he was really able to execute his game, X's and O's. You go to the Wimbledon final. Obviously, that was his first moment in that championship match against Nadal, who had won that title a couple of times. And this point sort of illustrates how Djokovic was able to turn things around. Goes to the backhand corner, Nadal had control of the point with the forehand up the line, but Djokovic is able to defend that and hurt Nadal from all parts of the court, including that backhand. Then you go to New York, and Nadal really went to the backhand slice a lot in this match, and it got him into trouble because look where Djokovic is. He's in control of the point, Nadal way behind the baseline, and the key thing here is that Djokovic, Chris, is very patient. You see, the point gets back to neutral here. This is the one thing that Roger Federer has not been able to do against Nadal, and that's why Nadal's beaten him in so many big matches. But look at Djokovic, relentless, gets the one he can finally go for, and then takes it to him. And that sort of pressure, that relentless attack from Djokovic and the relentless defense is why he's dominated Nadal in the last 6 times.
He's taken the big titles. They've been decided by small margins. Beyond the set scores, there have been some marathon points, rallies like that, marathon games. And Djokovic was able to turn around and get that done. We'll see if it's the same story in 2012.
Sunday afternoon, 24 hours to play my first match. I was in my room and crying because we believed that I didn't have the chance to play Melbourne. So it was a very, very tough situation for me that these hours. And 2 weeks later, I'm here in the final. So it's a dream for me because having very bad expectations 24 hours before the first match. Right now, 2 weeks later, I am playing well. I am in the final.
Physically, I need to be fit. You know, I know that I maybe have a mental edge because I've won 6 finals and against like 6 times that we played in 2011, and I've had lots of success against him. But still, on the other hand, look, it's a new year, it's a new challenge, and it's a different situation. Obviously, he as I said, he has maybe a day advantage over me for recovery and for getting ready for the finals. But that's going to be my main priority and concern in next day and a half to really physically be able to perform my best and to be ready to play 5 sets, you know. And if I am able to do that, then I can believe that I can win.
Nadal says no excuses. His opponents had a day to recover. Djokovic seems to be okay. We'll see as the wear and tear of this match goes on. The round after 5 setters, he's got an 8-3 record, but 2 of those 3 losses were to Nadal.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think obviously Nadal coming in with some questions about his shoulder, then his knee. But I think he really found that zest and that joy midway through this tournament, Chris, that he was lacking against Djokovic. And Djokovic was the reason why when he won that match against Berdych, he's continued that. He wants this more than anything tonight.
When they played in New York, they were kind of beat up. They should be fresher, although somewhat depleted. As you see, Rosewall and Laver, 2 of the great champions parading the trophy around. That's what, of course, they're fighting for tonight.
It's a fantastic victory for me. Very, very happy playing against the greatest of the history. Is, you know, one of the victories that's going to stay in my mind for forever.
As a tennis player, you practice hard every single day, knowing that you will get an opportunity to be part of such a great match.
Suffering is put one more ball in, believe that you can do it, try to go a little bit farther and think one more every time.
Everybody suffers when you're pushed up to the limits. We feel that in every second you can actually fall down of how tired and exhausted you are, but that's when actually that all hard work that you put into all these years comes into play.
You have to go a little bit more, you have to fight a little bit more, you have to practice a little bit more to try to win against an opponent that is always putting you in a big trouble. And that's the real sport, trying your best in every moment and fight until last ball. That's the final goal.
The final moments before they make that walk around the curving hallway, down 9 steps and into Rod Laver Arena. 2 familiar guys, the 3rd consecutive Grand Slam men's final. Nadal, that pre-match routine, looking like a boxer, blocking out the world with the headphones, perhaps focusing on what he didn't do last year and what he needs to do tonight. You know, both guys are ready to run, ready to defend, ready to attack when they get the chance. But most of all, Patrick, ready to suffer, because that's what it'll take to win this match.
That's exactly right. And these 2 guys have just played some unbelievable, we talk about matches, points. So it's going to be sort of the little wars within the big war with these 2 guys tonight.
Does Nadal glance to his right and see his picture there, his champion 3 years ago? Djokovic is checking out the women's champions on the left side of the hallway. His, of course, is the last picture he'll see as the defending and 2-time champion here. This curves around behind the baseline. And there is the tunnel. And it's time for the introductions. The first men's Grand Slam final of 2012. Very familiar faces.
Ladies and gentlemen, the men's singles final of the Australian Open Championship of 2012. Would you welcome to Rod Laver Arena, the 2nd seed from Spain, Rafael Nadal. his opponent from Serbia, the top seed is Novak Djokovic.
Only Novak knows how fresh his legs feel after that 4-hour, 50-minute slugfest a couple nights ago against Andy Murray. People have asked, Patrick, what about the pressure, trying to defend the staggering achievements of a year ago? That must be tough. Both guys say no, not tough at all. It's a beautiful feeling. You get that belief, that confidence. Nadal is once again the pursuer, chasing down a player in front of him.
And he's also talked about the beauty of that, you know, that he's in this position again, as he was for many years, chasing Federer. And he enjoys it. He relishes this challenge. It's a huge challenge. Because this man, Novak Djokovic, he looks to be handling being #1, Chris, very, very well.
It's the only Grand Slam men's final at night. It's been a very hot, humid day here in Melbourne. The roof was closed for a pretty cool pre-match ceremony involving a lot of the former champions. Now it is opening. So a nice, steamy night. Who do the conditions impact the most?
Well, I think both guys will not have any issues. I think with the roof open, the ball should move through the air pretty well. Nadal should be able to get pretty good jump on his ball, but this is about heart. I mean, this match is going to be obviously a lot in the legs. Novak certainly has the mental edge, but Nadal, you could just feel, Chris, it's almost like he wants this more than any other title he's ever won because this guy's gotten them so consistently.
Yeah, he's become the bunny of Djokovic. That's an absolutely uncomfortable, unfamiliar position for Nadal. I think you're right. You do sense a determination, and he's not buying the fact that Djokovic might be depleted by playing that match just 2 nights ago and Nadal having an extra night's rest. Says it's maybe slightly unfair, but not crazy unfair. He pointed to 09 when he had to come back from the marathon against Verdasco on 1 day's last rest and still beat Federer in 5.
And Nadal doing his usual, taking his time. Always likes to come out second, make his opponent wait. And here he comes.
These guys have done a lot. They've never played a 5-setter between them.
Could be tonight. Could be tonight.
Will be advantage 6-ball, 7-9. We get net device on and electronic line calling system. Do you have any questions? Mason, it's your turn.
Each wants the other to call it.
It's head. You serving? Okay. Can we have a few pictures with Mason, please?
Pascal Maria, the chair umpire, one of the greats. He was in the chair for, I think, what we think is the greatest match ever played, perhaps the 08 Wimbledon final when Nadal took out Federer. Good hands tonight in that department.
Yeah, absolutely.
They are friendly, good buddies. But now it's time for battle, Patrick. We talked about the 6-match winning streak, all in finals. Djokovic over Nadal on 3 different surfaces. When he flipped the script last year, what does Nadal have to do to turn that around this time?
Well, he has spent the last 4 months thinking about exactly that, trying to implement new things to his game. Are there going to be a lot of totally new things that we haven't seen? No. But what he has to do, Chris, is he's got to dictate more with the forehand. He's got to get control of the point as often as he can. Right here, he's inside the baseline. He's dictating with the forehand. This was from earlier in this tournament against Tommy Haas, and he knocks that forehand for a winner. See where his positioning was inside the baseline. Then against Thomas Berdych. This match really got the fire back going for Nadal. He was in trouble in this match. He had to dig deep, and in the last 2 sets, Chris, of this one that went the distance, 4 long sets, he was really aggressive. Then against Federer, it was really same old, same old. But again, Nadal dictated with the forehand. It's going to be more difficult for him to implement that against Djokovic, but he has to also, in addition to that, serve very well tonight.
So court positioning, breaking the patterns, perhaps changing some of the Djokovic favored patterns, and then serving much better than he did against the U.S. Open when he got no free points at all in that windy final in New York.
And I think as we saw at Wimbledon and at the U.S. Open, that Djokovic, particularly in the 4th set of those matches, really he had him beat. You know, and this is a situation that I don't think Rafael Nadal has ever been in his whole tennis life. Forget about as a professional. Could you imagine as a kid growing up in Spain that there was one player that got him? This never happened to him. Even when he was #2 in the world and going up against Federer, when Federer was dominating, he was still beating him head to head. So now he gets to #1 a year ago. We're talking about the Rafa Slam last year right here, and then all of a sudden it all slips away, and it slipped away very quickly.
And the way it slipped away, Djokovic winning all those grinding baseline points and playing the big points better, which is Nadal's trademark. Courtside to Darren Cahill and his take on this final.
Thank you, Chris. Well, still really warm down here and humid. The roof is only half open, so I'm not quite sure what they're planning on doing it. There are T-storms still floating around, so they may keep it just like this, but you can still feel the air coming in here, and not quite breezy conditions, but certainly cooling things down a little bit for the people in here. Very hot and humid today. And I think the one thing to look out for Rafa is he's talked a lot about not being aggressive on the big points. You know, there's probably 8 to 10 huge points every time these guys play, and on those points, it's Novak being the aggressor, and Rafa has been a little bit conservative. So I'm expecting those big points to come early in this one. Could be the first game when Novak Djokovic serves. If Rafa gets a break point, really look to see how aggressive he's going to be, because that will send a message to Novak that he's coming after him.
And can Nadal stretch the lead? In New York, he got early breaks in the first and the second set, lost them immediately, some of those key turning points. I know my guy Brad Gilbert around the corner in the Superbox is ready for the tail of the tape in this heavyweight battle. Brad, take us through it.
I got a sweat just walking up here. It's like a Cincinnati night. Let's look at the tail of the all-important tail of the tape. These are two guys that are going to get check marks all over the place. But let's look at the forehand. Much improved Djokovic, equal to me with Nadal, 3 each. The backhand, I give a solid edge there to Djokovic, 3-2. The return, once again, you're talking about the best returner in the game, Djokovic, 3-2. The serve, I only gave it even because Nadal is lefty, but advantage to Djokovic, much better second serve. The volley, I give that edge to Nadal, 2-1. Speed, I give it 3-3, but you're also talking about Djokovic, the fastest guy on the tour. Let's look at the intangibles. I give 2 to Nadal. I have won 10 majors. No one beats me 7 times in a row. And 3 for Mr. Novak Djokovic. You're about to enter in rarefied air.
Well, Brad, you were dead wrong on your women's final pick. You had Sharapova over Azarenka. You've had some right picks this tournament. Who's your pick tonight?
You know, I've had a great tournament till last night. That was a poor pick. I'm hoping for a 5-setter. To me, Djokovic is definitely the slight favorite, and I picked him before the tournament started, so I can't pick against him. But I just want to see 5-setter, and I want to see us play past 12:30 in the morning.
We all would like to see a 5-setter. Again, they've never played that, and Djokovic is the odds maker's favorite to win this title, just as he was at the beginning of the tournament. Rafa and Nole for the Australian Open title, coming up live from Melbourne after this.
For these kind of matches, you really practice all your life.
What happened in the past is past.
There are no excuses.
Every moment is different.
It's a final. It's unpredictable what's going to happen.
Brilliant shot. No, it's too good. That is phenomenal.
Players taking their final serves. That's take tonight, of course, the richest prize in the history of Grand Slam tennis, $2.45 million US. These guys already have plenty of money. It's much more important to get the year off. And Patrick, you feel a match that could really set the tone for this season for either man.
Absolutely. I mean, set the tone for men's tennis in so many ways, because obviously Djokovic is on this incredible run, going for 3 in a row, and to start the year off with another Aussie Open win would just catapult him even further. And then for Nadal, I mean, you talk about Rafa turning everything around. If he can win here and win this match, then he's got a good chance to get back to #1. First of all, he's certainly the favorite going into the French. Again, you start thinking about that. But, you know, I think back to some of the great rivalries, like Andre against Pete and my brother against Jimmy, or Connors, Connors Borg, and some of them, particularly one that my brother had with Lendl, had some streaks. You know, one guy got hot, won 4 or 5 in a row, then the other guy turned around and got hot. Nadal's got to stop the run here. This could get away from it. I mean,
Djokovic did win the coin toss. No indecision, elected to serve. Physical problems. Djokovic has complained about a little hamstring, the breathing problem, which he says comes from an allergy to flowers in Melbourne. He's had trouble breathing in both the quarterfinal against Ferrer, the semi against Murray, but it doesn't show up during the points. He seems to be holding up just fine once the ball's in play. Djokovic will turn 25 years old this spring. Many believe put together the greatest year anybody ever had. 62-2 through the end of the U.S. Open. Tapered off with the shoulder problem. His body kind of broke down. But for him, the finish line was New York.
Yes.
He blazed right through it.
Yeah, he suffered a couple of late season losses that could have took the win-loss record really out of the mix as far as being the greatest year ever, but it's certainly up there. I expect that Nadal's going to come out of the gates on fire, Chris. Wouldn't be surprised to see him get a quick break. I think Djokovic, because of that long match, maybe just a little bit stiff coming out of the block. So I think it's a big opportunity for Nadal early.
After playing Friday, Djokovic didn't do much but sleep in really late on Saturday. An emphasis on recovery, not practicing. And that day, Nadal went through a brisk 2-hour practice, having had 2 days to get ready for this, which does break the normal rhythm of Grand Slam. No statistical edge for the semifinal winner that has 2 days to prepare, in fact. Look at it. 3 out of the last 4 have been won by the guy playing the second semifinal.
Well, this is where Djokovic has improved so much, that ability to crank up the forehand, hit winners from really anywhere.
Both guys a little tight, you can tell in the opening game. No surprise.
That ball also is not getting up off Rafa's racket, and that's probably because of the humidity in the air at the moment. You have a little more humidity, the balls fluff up a bit more, and he's probably not going to get the normal bounce off the court that he would be hoping for.
Is that a bad sign for his game overall?
Yeah, it's still warm though, so the ball's skipping through the court, but it suits a flat ball hitter more.
If Nadal looks to step it, he's stepping way back on the return. I think he's got to take some chances to be a little more offensive on some second serve returns tonight.
Rafa guessing the wrong way and badly off balance for that return, so Djokovic able to hold to open this final. No secrets between them,
no.
Rafa says, but some small adjustments that you'll look for.
That's a good, smart serve. He's trying to, Nadal's trying to set the tone that I'm going to run around and hit a forehand, and Djokovic says, not so fast. I'm going to make you think about it.
But Nadal has to face is the fact that even though other opponents in a tournament can't really get at his serve. Not been broken more than 3 times in a match. Djokovic has been able to do that in the winning streak with shocking regularity.
Well, Djokovic is so nimble and so long, and the high kicker doesn't give him trouble. And he doesn't try to do a lot on the return, but it's very routine for him to sort of take the ball relatively early and just get a good clean hit on it. A lot of players have trouble with that, including Federer has a lot of trouble with the spin from Nadal's serve.
No free points in New York, and broken 11 times by Djokovic in that final. Stunning. It'll be interesting to see how big Nadal hits the first serve, because that's a sure sign of confidence when he doesn't fear the second serve, when he goes after the first one, and right away there's a free point on his serve, which he acknowledges he's going to need tonight, Patrick.
Just about 119 on that serve. That's a good speed for Nadal.
That was a huge difference in the 2 US Open semi-finals that they played, the way that Nadal served, the choice of serve. Nadal back in 2010, he was pumping that first serve, and he served at the same percentage, around about 66% of first serves in, but he won a lot more of those points. Last year, he was spinning that first serve in. It was windy conditions last year, but he was just spinning that first in.
Exactly, Darren. Rarely would he put a first serve in over at 110. Didn't have the confidence. It turns 26 during French Open time. Considers this event monstrous. He'll take February off to practice, then his most critical swing of the year begins Indian Wells right through Wimbledon. That's the meat of his schedule always. Comfortable hold. Sunday, ABC and ESPN bring you 2 great NBA games. Kia NBA Countdown gets it rolling at 3 Eastern over on ABC. Then the Bulls and the Heat at 3:30. That's an ABC game. Later that evening on ESPN, the Spurs and the Mavs. Tennis fan Dirk Nowitzki. ABC and ESPN on Sunday.
Thank you.
See if we, I do see Vlade Divac in the box down there. Speaking of past NBA guys in the Djokovic camp, he enjoyed that long semifinal win. Tough to be a spectator for 4 hours and 50 minutes of tension.
What a way for Ivan Lendl, who was Murray's coach, as Marian Vito, who's a coach of Djokovic. Lendl came down here for his first foray into coaching with Andy Murray, and certainly.
Welcome to the coaching class.
Yeah.
Nadal be happy with that point. It was Djokovic scrambling corner to corner.
He's got to consistently play that type of point.
Now, he wasn't believing, Patrick, that Novak would be depleted, but do you think in Nadal's mindset at all is to test the legs, get him running early? I mean, more so than usual?
Well, I think that's always his mindset. I think
but more than usual?
Yeah, probably. Because I think he will probably feel that he can go the distance, and he certainly trained for this. But I don't think that you can make the mistake, if you're Nadal, of overthinking that, meaning I'm going to try to play long points. He's got to be offensive when he can. Like that. That's a good heavy return from Nadal. And as soon as he got something to work with, he went for it. Watch this heavy return. Gets around it. Gets it up high. Djokovic doesn't do a lot with that ball. It's not a bad ball. It's a decent cross-court backhand. And Nadal pulls the trigger.
You don't see Djokovic beaten by 10 feet very often.
No.
Baseline winner. Nadal shoots him a little bit of a look after the point.
That's where Djokovic has really abused Nadal, is with that wide serve in the deuce court. On every surface, he's used that effectively. Because if Nadal drops that return short, which he often does, it's over. From either side, Djokovic can win the point. Routinely. Nadal telling himself, you got to hit it, got to go after that.
And you see Divac in the Djokovic box, third row. Nadal will check the mark.
Nadal is checking the goal on the right hand side for what's going on.
How should Nadal combat those wide serves? It was good. Which better tries to abuse him with that tactic as well.
Well, I think it's a tough spot for him because he likes to give ground where he is now, but that opens up the angle. Certainly in this court it's tougher for him because it's his two-hander. So even there, he's in trouble off that return. It's like he's caught, there's Vlada, he's caught in between going forward or going back. And his weakest shot in his whole entire game, Nadal, is his backhand return. That's his weakest shot. And Djokovic just made him pay the price for it there.
We'll keep an eye on how deep each man is returning. Djokovic routinely will get better depth in his returns. Aggression quick in the point from Djokovic. Serve is the weapon that gets him out of trouble in that game. Still on serve. Settled in here in a warm night in Melbourne. It's the final weekend of the school holidays. Kids go back to school this week. So much like the U.S. Open, it's timed at the end of the Aussie summer. Warm evening, a slight chance, they say, of thunderstorms later this evening.
Djokovic challenged the goal on the right baseline. Ball was going in.
Djokovic shooting the linesman a glance. Those dipping topspin shots can be some of the toughest to call. It's risky to stop the point, but that was out by a millimeter. Tough to beat Djokovic with that classic lefty swinging serve because he's so rangy out there. That was a good 1-2 punch from Nadal.
Well, if he can execute that, he'd be in real good shape. It's very similar to the play that Djokovic uses just in the deuce court, the swinging righty serve out wide. He's better with the two-hander. He's a little bit more solid, but Novak is. But Nadal's got to do, if he can hit his spot, he's in good shape.
him on the brakes as Rafa hit the overhead behind him.
He's got some strapping there on his hamstring area. Looks like on both legs.
That's from the little tweak that he suffered against Andy Murray.
The first complaint about something there against Ferrer, Darren, as you recall in the previous round. Don't want to show Nadal any vulnerability. They're replaying the stumble on the screen and the crowd oohing.
Certainly a good sign early from Nadal that he's got some juice on his serve. Last one, his biggest serve in the night so far, just about 122.
It's about as big as he's hit it during the tournament.
Yeah, and that'll open up his confidence on the return, Chris. If he knows he's going to get some cheap points on serve, allow him to maybe take some chances on the return games.
Yeah,
He's winning points in the first couple of service games much more quickly than he did in New York or Wimbledon. So often the service game for Nadal became a crusade. Try to weather the returns, get behind in the rally right away.
But one of the things better serving from Nadal will help him be more offensive, Chris, and he has to be, because look at the return, his rally points. This is combining Wimbledon and the U.S. Open matches. He's been pushed way behind the baseline, so we're going to track this tonight and see if he can change those numbers slightly, because I think if he doesn't, he's not going to win this match.
Not just behind, but way behind down there in the Melbourne sign area.
Yeah.
Normally also Nadal's playing at the end where he has a little breeze in his back, but there's not any breeze tonight. Dead calm.
That will help the serving of both guys.
Yeah, it should.
Out.
An overrule and no challenge.
It's been a rough couple weeks for the lines people here.
So if that trend does not continue at the biggest match.
Yep, that's what Nadal got, in my opinion, looked to do a lot more on the return. Instead of drifting back, which he'll do periodically, step in. Watch how he takes this ball early. Steps in, he's right on top of the baseline. That gets him something short, and boom, goes for the winner. Djokovic isn't a huge server, Chris, and he doesn't hit a lot of aces, but boy, does he come up with cheap points like that when he needs it. I mean, that was a characteristic of his success last year in the big matches.
He knew he had plenty left after going down 2-1 against Murray, but at the beginning of the fourth set, when Murray's energy dipped, Djokovic began to serve well, got a lot of quick points, economical holds, and stretched the lead, and Nadal said that's where Murray blew it. I clearly got the feeling that Rafa wanted Andy to pull that one out and face Murray and not Djokovic in this match, and he was frustrated that Murray couldn't finish the job when he had the defending champion down.
So you're saying, excuse me, I spoke too soon there. What a point. I thought it was in the net. My question, Chris, is you don't think Nadal wanted another shot at Djokovic?
I think he preferred to see Murray.
Okay. All right.
He was beating Murray 3 other times in the majors.
Yeah, he's got the first break point opportunity now. This one I thought was going in the net, but somehow he gets enough on it. And a beautiful pass there. He rips it cross court.
I think Novak thought it was going in the net too. He kind of backed up.
And Nadal's crowd in the baseline here. Let's see if he stays there.
Djokovic took notice. Went back to his pre-serve routine to rethink it.
Yep.
He stayed true to himself. That's what he said he was going to do. Be more aggressive on the big points, on the break points.
Yeah, he missed this one badly, though. Question is, if he misses a couple like this early, will it rattle him? He was not even close to connecting on that cleanly.
Picked up higher than he thought.
Remember, his instinct is to step back on those. So he's been forced by the play of his opponent to go out of his comfort zone. And by the history with his opponent.
Djokovic already with 4 aces.
Djokovic changed the call on the left face. Ball was called out.
It's amazing though, Patrick, isn't it? Because really that's what Rafael's made Roger Federer do all these years. Go outside of his comfort zone.
Second serve.
A lot of parallels in the role reversal. These two rivalries.
Djokovic is a little shaky. I'm not surprised.
Yes.
He's just not as crisp as he normally is, and I think that's because of that long match. He's trying to work his way into it. This is an opportunity for Nadal.
Big serves keeping Novak on serve so far in the set. He'd be down a break already without that. Tony says we're going to have to hit a lot of backhands tonight. Djokovic maintains the pattern of the previous matches.
Also, Novak's having to put extra energy into every one of these shots to get through the court. This ball looks very heavy. It's not jumping anywhere like it was for the entire 2 weeks so far. More effort for these players.
Opportunity for Nadal now. of this final. Holding the lead has been the problem against Djokovic in their recent meetings.
Drive home your Ultimate today. Right now, save up to $3,150 on Ultima. For more offers, visit ChooseNissan.com. Test drive at your Kansas.
Djokovic, after being broken, let's get that white shirt out of here. Get rid of the stick, and he's going to go to the black shirt now. But the key for Nadal has been, Patrick, the inability in losses like the US Open final. We keep referencing it because it's the most recent major collision. He just couldn't stretch the lead. He couldn't hold right after breaking.
That's a huge game right here. And I think Djokovic, to me, looking very sluggish here early. And this is where Nadal has got to recognize that and put his foot on the gas.
Nadal is challenging the goal on the left center side. Ball was called out.
If the call was incorrect, it'll be an ace. So refusing the challenge. And a totally different serving start to this final. 123 right out of the gate. First point after the break. Not spinning him in at 102, 103. Which we saw so often in Flushing Meadows.
She's only missed 2 first serves so far. Well, there's one where he spun it in there, Chris, and immediately paid the price. Djokovic got on top of the rally.
These boys brought a lot of shirts because it is unbelievably humid down here with the roof half open. It just feels like the humidity is being trapped inside here. No breeze to push it out.
Different conditions than so many nights at this event. We've had some very cool nights, some hot nights, but nothing this hot and humid.
Djokovic looking up to his box after that point, talking about his footwork. He feels flat-footed out there. Oh, beautiful.
Great touch to flick it cross court.
30.
He held that, didn't he?
Kept his composure really well here because Nadal got to it and got into pretty good position. It's right to the middle, but he just flicks it at the last second because he knew Nadal was looking to cover that cross court.
There's a small margin to kind of squeeze that little shot in.
Thank you.
And now Djokovic an opportunity to get the break right back.
30.
Important moment in this opening set.
Very important. The first serve speed is a lot better so far tonight for Nadal, but he took a couple off, a few MPHs off a few serves in this game.
Now, you noted that, and that was the pattern after getting up a break in the Open. One-two punch forehand very near the line.
Yes.
You knew how big that was.
Being aggressive on the big points. Making a lot of mistakes off that forehand.
Nadal.
Often tonight will Nadal employ the slice backhand. It induced an error there. You don't like the tactic overall too much?
Not too. I think he's got to use it sparingly, because if he gets into that, I mean, this is surprising to me that Djokovic has missed that shot.
Missed it by about 3 feet.
No, I think he's overswinging a little bit because he's just not getting the penetration off his shots as he normally does. He's throwing his timing off.
Deep return, pushing Nadal back.
Yes.
I think that's true, Darren, but I think the danger for Nadal is if he plays sort of defensively, he's going to allow Djokovic to find his timing.
No, I agree.
And then he's in big trouble.
From that game point, he took a lot off that serve.
Novak's girlfriend, she's up almost like every other point the other night.
He said, she's the love of my life. I appreciate the support. It looked a lot in that direction.
She's into it, yeah.
Did you see her put her finger to her head, said think, after that last forehand miss? She'll like that return again. Very deep.
Djokovic.
And that was one of Nadal's slowest serves tonight.
It was very deep, Chris, and it had a lot of work on it. The ball kicked up. It's like that's like a Nadal-like return. Giving him a taste of his own medicine.
Yes.
Tommy, not quite there, is it?
No.
Forehand side.
How big has this game become?
Kind of games that in this Djokovic winning streak, he's been able to win big majority of the longer, tougher games. Very precise with the forehand so far tonight.
Yeah, he's jumped on those short balls. Gotta keep getting that first serve well directed and give himself a chance to get something to work with.
Let's put some of these winners on a dime. return.
Yes.
Even at full stretch, Djokovic is pretty. He wasn't even full stretch there, but he's so dangerous off both wings on the return. He sees the ball early. He's limber. He's long.
It's an excellent serve, doesn't it, to do that to him?
Yeah, you got to hit it right on your spot, right on the line.
There's a lot of encouragement coming from the Nadal camp here. They know the importance of consolidating this break.
Absolutely, Darren.
Turning into one of those first little battles within the larger war. This one.
10 at a point from Rafael. Really laid the serve in soft. Got behind immediately.
Well, once he gets behind in the point and Djokovic is in this position, it's trouble. Controlled, aggressive play and a beautiful drop volley.
Nadal.
So many opponents in his career, as you see the sweat running off early here. Only the 6th game. And it feels heavier than that. Nadal could get away with just putting the serve in play and starting the point. You can't do that against Novak. Not over the long haul. See what Rafa thought of that game and how big it was to stretch it to 4-2. Twitter X games from Aspen conclude on Sunday, 2 Eastern. Shaun White showcases new tricks, the snowboard super pipe eliminations. Then the snowmobile best trick final, Winter X, available on spectacular ESPN 3D. A chance to see Shaun White compete in person in Breckenridge, December. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Now there's Vika. She said she was going to come to the final. She wouldn't. She said it'd be nice if Nadal won.
Just to change it up.
Yeah, change it up.
Vika, he's won 10. He's won 10 majors. She looked pretty good for just 3 hours sleep.
She's young.
Yeah.
Nadal says, wait a second, there was no call there?
That was a swing out of frustration there.
He's lost his vibration dampener. That's come flying out of the rain. Uncle Tony's up there pointing to where it's going on the court.
That was a huge cut by Novak.
It was so big, it took the dampener out of his strings. Players use that to sort of absorb the vibration, and if you get used to it as a player, you can't play without it. It's a totally different feel with it or without it.
Nadal will be confident now. It'll be flowing after consolidating the break. He may go after Djokovic right here.
Looks like Djokovic is going to just start to unload on a couple shots here because he's a little bit frustrated. He's trying to find his rhythm. sometimes for him, finding his rhythm is sort of just swinging away, relaxing his body. And it looks, you know, he's hit 3 absolute bombs in a row.
Yep.
Off the ground in this game, and he's playing fast too. It's right up on the line. They're sort of going in the hurry-up offense here.
It's amazing how precise he can be when he kind of gets into that, you know, I don't care mode and just whacks as hard as he can.
It's also a way for him to try to get himself into the match. Because you know that he'll go back to grinding when he feels he has to.
Effective hold for Djokovic. Nadal will serve up 4-3.
Welcome back to the Australian Open 2012, presented by Franklin Templeton Investments.
Some milestones here in Melbourne this year. It's the 100th Australian Open. 50th anniversary of Rod Laver's Grand Slam, the first that he completed, and won in '62 as an amateur. And the 25th year they played here at Melbourne Park, in Rod Laver Arena, since moving from the grass courts of Kooyong. And Rod's house. He's based in California now, but has traveled down to be a part of this milestone. He picked Nadal on the paper today. He's written a column because of Djokovic being, in his mind, depleted after the Murray Marathon.
Interesting also to note that ball flying on Rafa. He's serving with new balls in this game. Straight away, you can see the difference.
All that humidity there in the last couple games in a ball cycle, they really are playing that differently.
Yeah, more than anything tonight, for the first 10 or 15 minutes, you'll get great value out of getting through the court. The ball will jump and it'll fly a little faster, but once you play a few rallies with these balls, they fluff up very quickly.
There's an example of the ball jumping with the new ones. Djokovic just had some huge misses tonight. He's got 15 errors versus just 8 for Nadal, but he's missed a lot. He's just got the feeling he's still trying to work his way into this physically. To feel his body a little more.
He's just catching the front row there. I agree, Patrick. It could be dangerous, though, to read too much into the signals he sends you from across the court.
That's it.
Tony knows that, to me, this first set is absolutely crucial for Nadal, because Djokovic is nowhere near his best, and you just get the feeling that Nadal's still just hanging on his own serve.
A little extra sting on that return to take time away from Nadal, something Novak does better than anybody.
Okay, buena. Nadal is trying to call on the right service line. Ball was called out.
See, I think it's good. He said.
First service.
Yo creo, bueno, I think he gave him a clear signal to challenge there.
He didn't think it was good enough to overrule it himself.
That's what he's upset about.
What you guys have been talking about, that little extra jump with the new ball just makes it tougher to time that return, doesn't it?
Gets up pretty high, and still that's one that Djokovic would like to have back.
That's tough. Just digging in. Great depth on those shots.
Yes.
Djokovic 0 for 3 on break points now in the first set.
Yeah, Nadal's gone for the forehand on each of those break point chances against him. It's been offensive.
If that had fallen in, he was going to hit a forehand from outside the doubles alley.
It's a good sign for him. That's the shot to me that Djokovic has used consistently to really hurt Nadal, and he hasn't done it much in this match yet. That high looper into the backhand corner, sort of a neutralizing shot. Another chance for Novak to get back on serve.
Vitus Golding, the fan who called out during the point.
Great serve. That serve's really working for Nadal tonight. That wide one.
Yes.
Mixing up the direction of his first serve nicely, isn't he, Patrick?
He is. That one is really short in the box, and it pulled Novak well wide.
But each service game for Rafa is becoming a real fight. Third deuce. Stared down 2 break points in the game already.
Djokovic wrestles the break back.
And the pattern repeats in their previous matches a year ago. And Djokovic fully in this set now. Back, has the ball as quickly, wants to serve.
And he's battled his way back and pacing himself, and this is potential trouble for Nadal now. The feeling, Chris, that Djokovic hasn't even played well, and now he's back to 4-all.
Yep.
Love 15.
You feel Nadal has played quite a bit nearer his
he's
top
still missing, pretty easy shots on some of these big points too. I think it's both guys have feeling maybe those first set nerves, and obviously they've both been there many times, but a lot of unforced errors in this opening set. What I like about what Nadal did in that rally was that he used a slice to get himself a forehand, and then once he got the forehand, he went on the attack. If he uses the slice, to me, just as a defensive play, he's getting himself in trouble, but he uses it up the line, and then he's looking for the next ball to hit with the forehand.
Trouble. Lucky break for Djokovic. He was dead in that rally, and Nadal clipped the tape. Missed opportunity.
15.
Just for low 40.
Yeah, just a huge break, a great backhand there from Nadal. And, to me, this is sort of Djokovic struggling a little bit physically to find his rhythm and to come off that 4-hour, 50-minute match, and Nadal struggling a little bit mentally. Just the belief right now. He's executing his game plan pretty well, but does he really believe he can win it? Those are the kind of rallies we're expecting to see tonight.
Those are the kind of rallies most often won by Djokovic head-to-head last year. Djokovic can't out of their seats again.
40-30.
Not a bad return there from Rafa. That was a quality first serve, but just the 1-2 punch and the fact he steps in well inside the baseline, it's tough to defend that.
Djokovic in front. Small margins to decide these big matches. That love 30 tape that Nadal clipped be huge. Djokovic so methodical. He said, measuring himself, getting through a scratchy patch in this opening set, but now clawing in front. Nadal was up a break a few minutes ago. Now he's got to serve to stay in it. This could be another very demanding service game.
Mr. White to the black shirt was a good move for Novak.
That was a turning point. Yeah.
With a good body serve there. That's worked a couple of times.
Do that. He forces Djokovic to take the left hand off the racket, hit a one-handed backhand. And Seagull swooping in, and now here comes the whole flock, Darren. Look out.
I'm okay. I'm not BG. If it was Brad Gilbert sitting down here, for sure they would head this way.
Where's that hawk when we need it? They have the hawk that they take around the grounds to scare off the seagulls.
That was a brief visit. Sometimes they'll stay in here for a while.
Well,
There's still one hanging around.
They know it's the final. They know it's the final.
See a little more breeze now, Darren, in Nadal's hair. Is it picking up?
Yeah, it is. It certainly is. I was just looking up to the roof. It looks like they've opened the roof a little more.
That hasn't happened for a while. Quickly to 40 love. A couple of cheap points on serve. Nadal is not used to getting these kind of games in his head-to-head with Djokovic in the last year.
And he wasn't able to get one when he had the lead in the set, was he?
That's very close.
40-15.
One thing that Djokovic has as well over Nadal in this matchup is sort of this ability to free swing a little bit more at times in the match, as he did in that one service game at 2-4, just to sort of pace himself a little bit. Nadal has to kind of grind it out every point. Djokovic has really learned how to manage his game and his energy throughout these 5-set matches. And he's doing that in this opening set. Saw him do it against Murray, obviously, when he turned it on when he had to.
It's nice when you can free swing and not miss. That's the trick.
Yeah. What we thought could be a quick, easy service game now could get real complicated for Nadal. That's a great shot. That's what Nadal needs to do to combat that heavy forehand cross court, is step around it. Look at his footwork. And that is an amazing shot.
That's free swinging.
Yeah.
With great precision. 94 with a lot of action.
His free swing takes a little more energy, though, doesn't it? I mean, he's jumping. He's just throwing his body at everything.
Sweat, too, flying everywhere.
Starting to blow around now, and it's actually coming from Nadal's end. I'm seeing all the seagull feathers on the court, and they're whistling their way down towards Novak. So it looks like Nadal's got a little breeze at his back.
It's unusual, Darren. Usually the wind will come from the near end of the court the other direction.
Exactly. Yeah, there's Novak just doing some cleanup work now on the baseline.
Just feathers, I hope.
Yeah, it's just feathers.
Let's for surface.
Now the level of play picking up in a big way as both guys, the longer this set goes, it's now just about an hour and 10 minutes. I think the bigger it becomes. Both guys really talking to themselves, to their box. Nadal fighting the fact that he's lost 6 straight matches to his opponent. Djokovic fighting his own body, I think, in some ways right now. And oh yeah, we're playing for another major.
Take it. Djokovic and Nadal under pressure in the rally. Let off one ball. Dropped short and Nadal pounced.
Well, I think Nadal also, what he was telling himself after the last rally was, if you go for a slice, hit it, which he did, and then go for the two-hander. And he just stepped in and cracked that ball. But importantly, Chris, the shot before that, he put a lot of mustard on that slice. He didn't float it, he hit it.
Effective again to set up the forehand bomb. And it's Djokovic up against it, chasing break point.
And Nadal just willing himself to pull the trigger when he gets anything to look at. He's got to take it to Djokovic, and he knows it. Missed it.
Nadal again up a break. This time, though, he'll serve for the opening set. Nadal able to get the break, his second of the opening set. Now feels crucial for his cause to close it out. He only won 4 sets against Novak last year in those 6 matches. The first set of the Indian Wells and Miami finals when Djokovic was able to turn it around in 1 and 3, and then sets that he went at Wimbledon in the Open after he was already down 2 sets to love, just trying to stay alive.
But definitely bigger for him to win this opening set, absolutely, because of that head-to-head. That body serve has been a nice little addition to Nadal. His serving strategy.
That's not a weapon he uses all that often, is it?
New wrinkle.
If Novak's not feeling 100% in the legs after that marathon semifinal, you'll understand the importance of trying to get the break, winning into the tiebreak. It could be deflating as much belief as he has because of that physical component to go down a set here.
Oh, that is terrific stuff from Nadal.
Rod Laver has a volley.
Well, you know, some great defense from Djokovic. That defensive lob right here. But give Nadal credit. He set himself up and he went after this overhead and right away pounced on the next ball. He's got himself a couple of set points.
That's the kind of serve that in too many of these service games, from Nadal's perspective, he just kind of lays it in there, and it's almost like double faulting. He's just donating a point. Djokovic will hit that almost every time.
He's got to get a little more work on it, but he's got to take the chance on the first serve, Chris. He's got to continue to go for it. That's what's won him some easy points.
What about a riskier second serve? That's just 80 sitting there to be hit. Still a set point.
Boy, Nadal really tightened up there. He just talked about laying in a serve. Chris, he laid in the first serve there. That was under 100 miles per hour with really no direction, no purpose on it.
This is where the belief is so natural for him against every other opponent, but no longer against Djokovic, comes into play. Novak can read that. Point there from Nadal. Went after the serve and every other shot.
Very similar, though, to what we've seen from Novak in the last 12 months, is that sense of calm that comes over him. Even at the change of ends, not a word. He kept his focus, and he certainly has kept his focus to stay in this game.
And he certainly won't panic if he loses this set. But a third chance for Nadal to grab it. Sweaty minutes from Nadal to draw first blood in this final, 7-5. Sweatshots tonight. A lot of sweat. Super sweat.
And with the second longest first set of the tournament, Rafael Nadal 7-5 over Novak Djokovic. Chris McKendry with Brad Gilbert. As you'd expect from a couple of great champions, they're both very good front runners, Brad. In 25 of their previous 29 meetings, whoever won the first set stayed out in front and took the match. So you looked for a tone to be established early on.
There's no doubt about it. And what really surprised me about Djokovic tonight, he came out very frustrated, very agitated. 2 games into the match, you know, he changed the racket. When he got broken there, you saw him smash the racket. You saw him complaining quite a bit. And just, I didn't see this coming. He held up his racket a lot. And I think that really helped Rafael Nadal play his game. And the one thing that I really saw from Nadal, and I wanted to see tonight, I kept calling for it, Rafa, go more to the Djokovic forehand. Stay away from that backhand. Watch him set up the point here to the forehand. This is what he does so well. Open up the court, and then that amps him up. That's his shot. Look at him doing great work to the forehand. I actually feel like I was sitting up here. I felt like he could do quite a bit more of it. And watch once again, sets it up and does good work with the forehand. I feel like that's a shot that's got to be in his arsenal. And the one shot that really surprised me most from Djokovic, only won 57% of his first serve points. That was an unusual number.
All right, second set is underway. Chris and Patrick.
Thank you, Chris. That was despite having 4 aces. You're right. If he didn't win the point quickly with an ace, the percentage was even lower. But that forehand Brad talked about, kissing the line, so it's a 30-love lead.
Big temptation here also for Novak Djokovic is to look at the clock. They've played 1 hour and 23 minutes for a 7-5 first set, so he has to resist that temptation to finish points too quickly.
That's a bad idea, Darren, to not
think so.
Still be willing to grind.
Yeah, that's the example of that slice that gets Nadal in trouble. You see him taking a little practice swing there. He sits there. He's got to get more on that. Otherwise, he is allowing Djokovic to take control of the point pretty easily.
Yeah, if you were to chart the slice backhands, and Novak can run around and hit a forehand, Rafa's going to win very few of those points. It's a rare serve and volley from Djokovic. Each of these guys have done that like a handful of times in the whole tournament.
That was for Rod Laver.
Nadal clumped 3 serve and volley plays together in one match against Lachko. He did one other serve and volley the entire tournament coming in here, and Novak a couple times the whole tournament. He may put that away for a while now.
I don't think, yeah. It's probably not going to decide this match.
He did it at 40-15, didn't cost him. So you're saying the temptation is when you look at the clock and you see, oh boy, we played a long time and I'm a set behind. I got to catch up and sort of lose your patience, you think?
I think that Djokovic is very, very good at managing his body and managing the tempo of the match. So I don't think I think he's feeling it a little bit in his legs, but I think he can fight through that, and I think he'll play the grinding long points when he has to. I don't think he's going to think I'm going to wear down Nadal, because Nadal is fresher coming into this. Now he has in the past, the last couple times they played, but I don't see that happening tonight. I don't think he can look at the clock and say, hey, if I can get it to 3.5, 4 hours, I've got this one. He knows he's going to execute his game.
And this is a big game also for Rafa, because he made the point that Andy Murray made a mistake early games of the 4th set when he was up 2-1, and Rafa's just won a physical first set. You know he's going to come out here fighting hard. Big intensity.
He really felt that even though Murray battled back to 5-all in the 5th, he threw away his chance at the win by letting up after gaining the lead. Rafa hasn't exactly been able to step on Novak's throat with the lead. That was what the problem was in those Indian Wells and Miami matches that turned the entire year. We've talked about them. Won the first set, a long grinding tiebreak set. Gave up the break early in the second and got in a hole.
It was the first double fault of the match right there.
There's 2 bad ball tosses in a row.
Could that be is a wind factor now?
It's calmed down again a bit, Patrick. It comes in fits and spurts. But he's certainly playing with a small breeze, but it sort of shoots in here and then disappears.
To me, that opening set, Chris, reminds me a lot of the opening set in the Nadal-Federer match, where Federer got off really quickly. Nadal was struggling, but Nadal worked his way into that set. And even though he lost it, he felt confident and felt some momentum. I feel the same way now, that Djokovic started really poorly, pretty slow and sluggish. He worked his way back, almost won the set, but I feel like he's more comfortable now than he was in the beginning of the match, even though he's a set down. Starting to play, I feel, more at his tempo now, and his footwork is getting a little bit better. Saw him just before the previous point sort of bouncing around, trying to get those feet moving. He's been a little off rhythm with his footwork. There's another example there. He's kind of reaching. You got to give Nadal credit. He's mixed things up, but normally a 77-mile-an-hour second serve is not going to be missed that wildly by Djokovic.
But I like your parallel, and they can draw each guy. Rafa against Roger, Novak against Nadal. The fact that their regular game plan is a proven commodity. They know they can rely on their game plan to get them back in the match. Forehands were hitting the line in the first set. It's easier to say, don't take your foot off the gas. Don't let him grab momentum. But against a guy this tough, Nadal is in danger of doing just that.
Now that double fault was a killer.
Long conversation with himself. Djokovic just smacked his thigh with his hand there. Still has a break point. Was on the ropes for 4 or 5 exchanges in that rally. Big forehand turned it around.
Yes, terrific stuff there. Nadal again goes for an aggressive shot there. Continues to change the direction with his backhand. He talked about that in one of his press conferences, how well Djokovic does that, can constantly change the direction of the ball. He did it twice in a row to win that point. be a huge hold for Nadal to get out of this service game.
Djokovic caught leaning to his right, beaten by a 108-mile-per-hour ace. Looks like the breeze is kicking up.
At the start of the match, we asked the boys in the ESPN truck to start charting every time Rafa went to a slice backhand how often he would win those points. So we'll find that out for you after a couple of sets.
If the wind is still at his back, it's a tougher shot to control. And it looked like it was just picking up before that point.
And the reason why we obviously asked to chart that particular statistic is we didn't think it was a great thing for Rafa to do, to go to the slice backhand when he has an option. And this looks good.
Djokovic satisfied it didn't catch the line. Nadal digs out of a pair of break points. 1-all. That's why Djokovic didn't use the challenge. So the first little test of this second set answered by Nadal.
And again, mixing up his serve well. He's never going to hit a ton of aces, but he's getting the most out of his serve so far tonight.
Defensive skills allow him to just kind of reset the point, but Djokovic quickly pouncing.
That's the shot that Djokovic usually really hurts Nadal with, when he can step in, and I believe that's his first backhand winner straight down the line. You see that opening there because Nadal's protecting in the forehand corner. You'll see Djokovic try that play a lot more.
What's the biggest edge that you think Djokovic has on the ground strokes? The backhand up the line? That particular play is a tough one for Rafa.
It's a tough one for him to defend because Djokovic can go both ways. He can go cross court too. I don't think there's really one shot. It's just
you don't think the backhand is clearly
no,
superior?
I think it's better, but I'm saying I don't think there's one. It's not one shot from Djokovic that is what's causing Nadal trouble.
No, I didn't mean that.
Yeah, no, that's his definitely that's a better shot from Djokovic.
Novak's playing very quickly.
He's done that a couple times tonight. Had to change the tempo. These guys can be two of the slowest players. Not during the point. They're two of the fastest. But between points,
yes,
they will trample on the 20 seconds you're allowed between points big time.
No, yeah, that's
often.
They don't even pay attention to that. I mean, not the players don't, but the officials don't.
No.
Djokovic playing quickly again. This is a dangerous moment for him to do it at 1-all, 30-all, and set down. It's average time. Look at that. Djokovic 31 seconds, Nadal 35.
The clock is being started the minute the previous point ends, which is what the rule states. Some chair umpires will enforce it a lot differently than that.
It has to be the softest rule in tennis. We can't even call it a rule until the umpires start enforcing it.
Yeah, it's in the book.
It's like a guideline.
Right.
Even the soft warnings are so rarely given, much less a point penalty.
Yeah, and they're usually given quietly on a changeover.
Mm-hmm. And then ignored after that. Serve in set 2. If you're up early or up late watching this final live, we thank you for that. Grab a little sleep, and then on Sunday, ABC has got the Bulls and the Heat at 3:30 Eastern Time. Kia NBA Countdown gets you started a half hour before that. Then it's over to ESPN Sunday evening for the Spurs and the Mavs. Djokovic able to keep the scoreboard pressure on Nadal. He had a very tough opening service game of the second set. Now serves at 1-2.
Thank you. Take your seat, please. Thank you.
So this is Nadal serving into a slight breeze, and this should be the last game of the ball cycle. So Darren's report is accurate. Perhaps a little tougher to hit through the court in this game.
Net. First service.
Nadal could take even more time in this game, you know, searching for the newest balls.
Oof. Yeah, that's certainly the kind of point Djokovic would like to see happen a lot more often, where he's on top of the baseline and he's got Nadal pushed back. And that high kicking ball doesn't bother him at all. And to your point, Chris, about the balls now being in the last game, they're not jumping as much, so they're not kicking up as high. They're a little easier to control when you go after it on the forehand like that.
That's Nadal refusing to yield court position there.
15-0.
And going after his backhand, which is something that he knows he has to do. And part of the reason he tinkered with his racket in the offseason, get a little bit more weight on it to try to get this ball with a little more juice on it.
3 grams can make a difference. It's a big difference.
If it does in your head, that's all that counts.
The head is where it's heavier. They get the tape up there.
Chris. I mean the head of the player. Yeah. But maybe both. What a backhand right there.
Chris says enough of this running. That is a sign of growing confidence when he leans on it. That's been the practice court emphasis in the offseason. Right there, that kind of cut. Just clearing the net at 98.
That's huge. I mean, it's rare to see a ball over 100 miles per hour off a forehand. He hit a 98 off a backhand. That was everything he had.
And not wanting to yield court position, which you talk so much about. He's going to have misses like that because that return's getting up on him.
That's right. He's trying to
it's a gamble.
Force himself to take the ball early. I think it's a good play. Make some more errors, but you'll be on the offense more often.
Overhitting that one, and Djokovic with his third break point in this set. So few comfortable service games for Nadal. Maybe one in the match.
Out. Nadal in the call on the right bend service line. Ball was called out.
Djokovic was pretty sure it was long.
Second serve.
Break point. Second serve now. In that rally.
That brought a smile to the face of Rod Laver, and there was also some applause. The Rocket applauding that.
Small margins decide these things. Djokovic clipping the tape, but it comes over. And Nadal trying to will this one long, but Djokovic now trying to wrestle back momentum in this match. Up 3-1. And so now new balls for Djokovic. Now they are flying. You see as big a difference ball change in this match as we've seen the entire tournament.
Yeah, the humidity definitely part of it.
Just had a feeling though that last game in the ball cycle into the breeze, that might be things playing in Nadal's mind as he goes to serve.
Also, the guys are changing the position of the roof. I mentioned probably about 30 minutes ago that it was fully open. Now it looks like it's closed up a little bit again, so maybe some T-storms on the way.
Haven't had to use the roof the entire tournament.
Do you think, Darren, that by closing the roof partially that it affects the wind in this arena?
I thought it did when it was really humid, but now it's not so bad. The wind's coming through here and it's whistling around a little bit, so I don't think it changes these conditions all that much.
Beautiful backhand from Nadal.
I think that may have closed the roof for the last set of the mixed doubles today, Chris.
There was a few raindrops. I wasn't really counting the mixed doubles, Darren, but thank you for clarifying. Paddock Sands and Takao took home that trophy, if you're out there wondering who won that, over Pays and Vesnina.
Big hitting.
Kind of point that propelled him to the dominant #1 last year.
Nadal's ball's landing too short there. Djokovic picks his spot, finds his target, and back forehand up the line.
Djokovic stretches it. 4-1.
Djokovic leads 4-2.
Welcome back to the Australian Open 2012, presented by Franklin Templeton Investments.
It's quite windy tonight outside. You can see the trees. This is a fairly protected arena. If this match were at Arthur Ashe Stadium, the wind would be a huge factor. Make it very tough on the players, but because the design of this arena, plus of course the roof, which is closed more than it typically is, the wind only a minor inconvenience so far. But that wind could signal the approach of thunderstorms.
Yeah, that would be another wrinkle. If that happened, then the roof would have to close and have a little bit of a delay. Djokovic now to maybe take a couple of those big cuts he likes to take to save some energy. He's got a break.
That's just an ideal point for Djokovic right now. He will make Nadal burn fuel. He'd love to make this 6-1 set, quick set. Reset for the third, and have his opponent drain some fuel in the process.
Djokovic nel colonnone forza polowa z kolei.
Just missed. Wow. Nice challenge.
Second serve. 15 all.
Give you some other results. The Bryan brothers were dethroned down here in the doubles final. 38-year-old Leander Paes playing some great tennis, and Radek Stepanek, his partner, preventing the Bryan brothers from winning their 12th major title together, which would have broken the record of the Woodies, the great Australian pair.
New team in Paes and Stepanek. That's much cleaner tennis from both players, but especially Djokovic in the second set. In the first set, he made 19 unforced errors, Chris. In this set, Djokovic has made just 4.
It's a little bit of the play, though, that Roger Federer made when he came in on the Nadal forehand side. Tough ball there, and Novak actually handled that pretty well. Hit a nice approach shot.
I think Roger regrets that there, and all those forehand passes by Nadal.
Well, it's his favourite shot. It goes to a right-hander's backhand normally, so it's his more comfortable shot. But I definitely think he would have made more progress taking a lot of those to the Nadal backhand. You have to go to Nadal's forehand to open up the court. Once you open it up, I think there's much more progress than hitting the next one to the backhand.
Djokovic leads 4 games to 2.
As what you mentioned, Patrick, much cleaner. Djokovic already with 7 winners in the set. But it's been cleaning up the air is a bigger story. We knew he wasn't going to panic losing the first set, even though it took an hour and 20 minutes. The amazing calm of this guy that he's learned, developed in his career. That's why he's a top.
Yeah, I used to get him in a lot of trouble, and in a lot of these big matches and in 5-set matches.
He'd find ways to get agitated.
Very close. Djokovic in the court on the right service line. Ball was called out.
Even when he won this title in 2008, beat Tsonga in the final, he was battling himself, battling the crowd, annoyed that they were cheering for Tsonga, not him. And the difference in the last couple years. Total maturity.
What he saw was who was ahead of him, and this guy Nadal and that other guy Federer, and so he realized that was a big part that he needed to improve, that element of his game.
What a tough ball by Nadal, hooking it short, a great angle.
That was an amazing shot from Rafa.
Love 15.
Defense to offense.
And he gets so low when he's stretched out on that backhand, and then look at the hook he gets on that ball. Djokovic almost pulled that off.
Do you think Andy Murray's on the way to learning that kind of calmness and maturity, judging by what we saw at this tournament?
I think he took a huge step forward here. Huge step forward.
He believes he's closed the gap on the other 3.
He's closer. He's closer. Yes.
A couple points here and there. He could have dethroned Djokovic in that semifinal. He was both gutted, but also really encouraged, proud of his effort. He won't go away, he swears, after this Australian Open the way he has after the last couple.
from Rafa, isn't it? In the previous game, a 4-1 down. Got down in that service game. Very easy to drop the intensity, but this guy never does. Not for 1 second.
Couple of misses in this game, making it a comfortable hold so far for Djokovic.
And Djokovic wasn't getting too many of those cheap points on his serve in the opening set. 2 hours and we're not even done with the second set.
Djokovic is closing in and winning this second set. 5-2. Nadal with a 2-5 hole. Once again, as reinforced Patrick, if he just takes his foot off the gas, drops a forehand short in the court, like that point, he will pay the price.
Yep. Djokovic has the ability to create a little easier power off both wings, and Nadal has to really throw himself at the ball, and he's got to keep reminding himself, Nadal, that he has to be offensive and aggressive. It's a different dynamic for him in this matchup than against any other player. But the beautiful thing about Nadal is that he loves that. He loves that challenge. He said, this is what sport is about. This is what it's about. To test himself.
Talked about that yesterday. He was, I think, by instinct a chaser, a pursuer. He was #1, obviously, in 2010, but for the majority of his career, chasing down Federer. And I think he is sort of equating that chase now. It gives him a reason to go back, work hard in the practice court, improve things. But this is sort of the first test of that theory in 2012.
Yep.
Anybody explode forward to make a volley faster than Nadal?
When he recognizes that opening, here's a great look at it. Another good backhand from him, steps into it, and watch how quickly he sees Djokovic is out of position. And he is on top of the net when he finishes his volley off. Talk about coming forward with some conviction. That's that easy power I was talking about from Djokovic, and it's a rhythm, it's a timing that he has. Like a pretty easy swing, and the ball just explodes off his racket, and he burned Nadal quite a few times with returns like this. Good depth, ball on him in a hurry.
was a desperation slice from
that's
Nadal, but well done.
Net. First service.
Oh.
Nadal, I think, felt the serve was long.
Service line. Ball was
You don't do that often. Djokovic says, come on, he did it a little late.
He can do that. He can do that. Yeah, but he feel the ball is out.
He's challenging his own serve.
Yeah. He just catch the line. Djokovic didn't think he could do that after the
Nadal has one
turn
challenge
been hit. Didn't matter. By definition, you would never challenge your own serve called good unless the winner's hit by you, right?
Right.
Way the world.
All right, why else would you challenge it?
That just didn't feel good. I'm gonna challenge the call.
Yeah.
Nadal scrapping to try to stay in this set, force Djokovic to serve it out. Novak trying to finish it right here.
Nadal's still serving well, but Djokovic has now picked up his return. I mean, this is a great serve, swinging wide, good angle on it. But look at Djokovic, you're starting to read it. Takes it early, that's just too good. And the body serves, which have been a good play for Nadal, are starting to come back.
How good is that left wrist in that backhand return?
There's another one.
I saw that stat there. This is the nightmare beginning to relive itself for Nadal from the U.S. Open when he won barely half of his first serve points, which is a shocking stat. But that's the reality of this second set so far, which Djokovic can grab right now.
Yes.
I like your point, though. Win or lose this game, Djokovic is sending a strong message that I'm all over your serve, and that every hole is going to be a struggle.
He's starting to get some really good cuts in on his returns, and Nadal did well there to handle another good one. You see that first serve percentage is pretty good, but it's the conversions that are low. Barely over 50% on the first serve.
Out. Djokovic leads 5 games to 3.
Djokovic has lost only 7 points in his service games this set. Nadal, of course, hasn't had a break opportunity.
I do think, though, Nadal sent the same message as well, Chris. The guy could have easily thrown in a couple of loose points, although that pressure Novak was putting on him, but he kept it tight, kept up great intensity. He's still there. He survived.
Laser-like efficiency from Djokovic.
And this breeze has picked up again.
Drop back to take a big cut badly.
Yeah,
missed that one.
Mistimed it.
Clinical executions in this game, trying to level this final at a set apiece. He's got a couple of set points.
Backhand up the line. Great defense from Nadal. And Djokovic forces Nadal to come up with that backhand pass from way deep in the backhand corner.
Will concede nothing, really.
Yeah.
2 set point save.
Absolutely not.
Yes.
There's no play in the score if you're Rafael Nadal. He just continues to play every point like it's match point. Still in this set.
You can apply some pressure on Djokovic if you can take this point. played with a drop shot and not his best.
No, it was not a great drop shot, but he got away with it. He set up the point beautifully with that forehand up the line. And Djokovic actually had a couple of options and just stayed inside the line there. Good anticipation by Nadal.
His first break point of the second set.
Djokovic sitting on this line first. That was a double fault.
Yeah, well backed, and so little flinch from Djokovic with a chance to close it out. We're back on serve. See how resolute Rafael Nadal can be. A lot of players, with the way Djokovic had played that second set, leading 5-2, would have not believed they could claw back. It also has to hold in this game, which has been very tough to get back even.
Well, Darren nailed it. I mean, and Nadal, knows that if he can somehow scrape out this set, even though he's really been outplayed most of this set, all of a sudden he's up 2 sets and he's big time in the driver's seat.
No reaction from Djokovic. The calm that Darren mentioned, evident again in that changeover.
A smart non-challenge from Nadal, because there was a lot of calling out from the crowd in the middle of that point, but Nadal smartly just played the point out. He kind of took a quick look down.
He had to make a very quick decision, didn't he?
We've seen players make mistakes, particularly on that line that's right in front of him.
But he also kept his focus in the point.
Tried to swing it into the body, but Djokovic able to get out of the way of it pretty comfortably. Big cut at that return.
Out.
What a return.
15-13.
Cat, he just jumped right up in the air and took that forehand cut. Paid the price for any subpar second serve, and even good serves are being dealt with easily by Djokovic a lot of the time. You noted the body serve tactic, and it was catching Djokovic off guard, it looked like, but boy, isn't it dangerous if you miss your spot on that. If you don't get it into the body, it's a very hittable forehand.
It is, but he's getting enough on it. It's more dangerous on the second serve when you spin it in, but he's getting enough juice on that first serve. There's another one. Still a good tactic, and you saw Uncle Tony closing his eyes there. They can fall their way back to 5-all here. That would just be huge.
Nadal a point away. Must call Maria, and now Nadal probably will challenge the overrule.
You have one challenge.
He's lost the spot.
Nadal, he challenged the call on the right baseline. Ball was calling.
Yeah, he had turned and walked away, so he wasn't sure which mark was on the baseline. And chair umpire makes an overrule. You better be right, and he was barely. You said this guy's one of the best in the world, Patrick.
Yeah, he's solid.
Great job so far.
Yeah, he's done a great job tonight.
Sure has. Just 82 on that serve. You knew it wouldn't be easy, this service game.
No. To go into the forehand corner with that forehand, but Djokovic just read it. And that was just a monster backhand.
Play on, not routine, but Djokovic evens this final at a set apiece.
And welcome back. Novak Djokovic, Rafael Nadal now splitting the first two sets. All of their major finals have gone at least 4. We'll see that tonight, possibly their first 5-set match, because the champ's not going out quietly. That's for sure, Brad.
There's no doubt about it. And, you know, after being incredibly ornery that first set, Joker, to me, got his mojo back. He started to get some positive reactions. He started to fist pump, and I thought that Rafael Nadal started to slice the backhand a little too much. Watch this point right here where Rafael's deep return, but he gets pinned to the baseline and he starts slicing the backhand, opening up the court position for Djokovic who starts running him all over the place. This is what got him in trouble early and got good positive reaction from Novak. And this is a beautiful point where he just dictates play. And then look at these positive fist pumps. Those all came early in the set. And in that first set, we saw nothing but negative reactions. To me, Novak is believing that he's turning this match around. And I think it's really important now for Rafa, some of the numbers I saw. The first serve, he was laying in his first serve way too easy. In that first set, Rafa was being very dominant with the forehand inside out to the forehand. He had 6 winners to that side, only 1 in the second set. He needs to go back to the forehand, and he needs to amp up that first serve. He's only winning 58% of the first serve points when getting in the first serve. He needs to go bigger than that.
All right, so Chris, the mojo is back, according to Brad. Over to you guys.
Djokovic really not superstitious. He's gone back to the white shirt, Patrick. You pointed out that was the turning point when he ripped off the white one and went to the black shirt.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't care about that stuff. I think Brad's right. I think he's got clearly has some momentum, and kind of interesting that both guys threw in a double at an absolutely crucial moment. And Nadal hits just his second of the match to lose that set.
Is it extra deflating, if at all, to Nadal that he clawed back, was on the verge of getting to 5-all, had a game point?
To most mere mortals, yes, but to him, usually not. What's more deflating to him at this point is that Djokovic has found his game. And he's starting to free swing a little bit more, and he's missing less. And the tempo of the points is going much more in the direction of Djokovic now.
Open the third. Researcher Mickey saying Patrick passing along this nugget as he has so many throughout the tournament. Last 19 men's finals. The man who's won the second set has won 18 of them.
Okay.
Nadal was the exception, losing the set to Federer in 09 and then coming back and winning it in 5.
We also understand at the last set, at the change of ends, that the chair umpire gave both Djokovic and Nadal a soft warning just to make sure the boys keep an eye on the time for a time violation between points.
Okay. That's a step in the enforcement process. You see the average time, and again, the 20 seconds is what it states in the rule, which you guys say is more of a guideline than a rule, but that means, you know, if you're playing quicker, there's a lot of ones that are much longer than 40. Yeah.
When I was in the other box the other night, Chris, when you and Darren were calling the Murray Djokovic match, we were actually using the stopwatch often, and it was oftentimes into the mid 40s, close to 50 at times seconds that the players were taking.
Talking before the match, that rule at the majors, which allows less time than the ATP tournaments, here used to be allowed 30, they cut it back to 25. Here it's, you know, again by rule 20, been in place since 90, but hasn't the game changed a lot, become more punishing, more physical?
Oh, absolutely.
So many more rallies like the ones these guys are playing tonight become a part of the equation. So players would say lenience is called for, you know, changing style of play calls for adjusting the rule or not enforcing the rule as it used to be enforced.
Well, I think that's sensible. I've never heard that used as a rationale for it not being enforced. And, you know, if that's an argument that's and I think it is that's a valid point, then maybe it's okay. 30 seconds in between points.
Oh, floating just on the line. So take it back to 30, but then enforce it as a hard rule.
Enforce it.
Not really an easy volley, was he? Moving away from the net, flicking it back.
Interesting story also about how Nadal prepares for Grand Slams. We were in Rome earlier this year and still a few weeks out with Monte Carlo, Madrid, Rome, then a week off and the French Open. And we were just checking his schedule to see what days he had available for practice and what days he was taking off. And he looked at us with this funny look on his face saying, days off? No days off for me. No days off until the clay is finished. Not one single day off from Monte Carlo to the end of the French Open.
Watch the swing, and of course he built his career on the clay before expanding to other surfaces. Nasty.
The reason why I say it, though, is because he just lost in the final of Madrid to Novak Djokovic, and the very next day he arrives in the afternoon to Rome. He goes to the hotel courts, and he was practicing for a good 2.5 hours on the court. We're looking at him going, what are you doing? And it was amazing. The guy just needs to feel his legs. There's a fair chance from the moment he stepped on the hard courts preparing for the Australian Open, he hasn't had a day off leading up to now.
He'll go back to the practice courts next month. Spend February getting some of the practice he didn't get at the end of the year, he said, with the shoulder. That's what Brad was talking about. Another deep return. Nadal backpedaling quickly, trying to hit a forehand. And under pressure again in the service game. He can't breathe in any of these service games.
Yeah, even when he gets a lead. And that was for him, that was a pretty big serve. 119. He can't really go that much higher than that. The good thing about Nadal, though, in this, he's not panicking. I mean, he's still going. He's obviously come out with some adjustments to the game plan, which is he can serve more to the body. And he's still winning some cheap points doing that, and he's still forcing himself to be more aggressive when he can. But that's the problem for him now, is that 1-2 punch from Djokovic is starting to pay dividends. The heavy sort of roller to the backhand. And then Nadal can't really do a lot with this shot right here. And Djokovic is now stepping up and ripping the next one up the line.
I just feel like in his matches, it's such a percentage game. And if Djokovic doesn't miss, if he dials in, the percentage just keeps sliding away from you. And eventually, you do get broken. It seems like he needs a point or two like that every service game just to survive. He's already gotten more cheap points, if you can call it that, in this final than he did in New York. That's for sure. barely 2 sets.
I'm sure also if you notice how hard Nadal has to work on every single ground stroke compared to Novak. Novak's in that nice little zone now where he's got great timing on the ball. He's not having to really overswing, but Nadal is just swinging out of his shoes, coming out of his Nikes.
Yeah, sweat flying everywhere. Djokovic is settled in after 239. Looking very sharp. There's Nadal breaking the pattern, Patrick, in that point, as you guys have talked about, taking the backhand up the line with some force, getting out of the trap.
And he got some help with this one, and then he went after this one up the line. Tony said that's what we talked about. See?
Carlos Costa, the former player, is his
Change
agent.
the pattern.
It's a fight, but he holds.
Well, you know, we've been tracking this as we go inside the point in the court positioning, and Nadal getting pushed around more and more in that second set as Djokovic starting to dictate play, going into the backhand corner, has him sort of pinned in there. He stays patient, and then he gets the opening and goes to the forehand corner. So you look at the hit points, Nadal on the first serve return, and then he actually backs up even a little bit more on the second serve, and it's been rare that he's looked to move up to the baseline on the return. And I think that's, I'd like to see him mix it up a little bit more. I know he's comfortable moving back, but I think once in a while he's got to make Djokovic feel some of that positioning pressure.
No, it's great. You can see Rafa energized by that whole bouncing around, trying to get a lead in this service game, but Novak with the answer again.
You know, we're starting to see some punishing rallies, and there's that backhand up the line. 7th winner from Novak off that wing. So he has the ability to flatten that out. You see the extension through the ball, and then he comes across his body. So he can, with the same swing, put a little spin on it or flatten it out.
Can you get me in a program to be that flexible? Flexibility, which we take for granted, is part of the equation, too.
A lot of that's God-given. But certainly works on it as well.
Machine-like, we said that so often in his run last year. Ability to just play points with patterns so hard to defend. He gets farther and farther ahead with every shot to that corner.
legs a little more and hit the forehand.
30.
A set all, 1 all, 30 all, and we've been out here 2 hours and 44 minutes.
Well, you know, these two guys played a 4-hour 3-set match in Madrid just a couple of years ago. Might be here a while.
We were hoping for that, Darren.
Was expecting it.
Missed time there. Had a short ball and try to flick it cross court.
Does make little adjustments all the time, does Novak, because it was Nadal that was starting to get a rhythm on the weight of shot from Djokovic, and then he took a lot of pace on every one of those ground strokes and just broke the rhythm again.
Welcome back to the Australian Open 2012, presented by Franklin Templeton Investments.
Wimbledon, U.S. Open, and now the Australian Open. First time in the open era. 3 straight Grand Slam finals contested by the same 2 men. Djokovic would like this to finish predictably. He won those 2 in 4 sets. I mentioned before, these 2 have never played beyond 4 sets.
More bananas, please.
This one at the moment is more even than those matches were. We felt that Djokovic was pretty clearly
Well, he was up 2 sets to 11
control.
in those 2. That is a fact.
Yeah, so this one Nadal is in it. You still get the feeling now that Djokovic has the momentum.
Can't be a good feeling if you're Nadal, who'd never been overmatched against any opponent, you know, head to head for any length of time, to know that the other guy's regular game has been good enough to beat you. And obviously very high level, but not really red line, just his Djokovic's regular game, would you say?
Yes. I mean, that's where the corner was turned for Djokovic last year when he toughed out Nadal in a couple of those best of 3 set finals in Indian Wells, in Miami. And once Nadal felt and Djokovic felt that he could stay with Nadal physically and that he wasn't going to get tired, because that is what had happened in the prior matches between them. And Nadal basically broke him down physically, and then mentally Djokovic lost it a little bit. But now that physically Djokovic was there, then that's when the domination really started to take hold. Uncle Tony saying, can we rewrite this script? You never get that kind of look from Tony Nadal when Nadal's playing Federer. Because you always get the sense that, okay, we're playing this match in our tempo. This is going the way we want it to go. Best of 5.
The only time I did was at the Wimbledon final after Rafa had failed to close it out in fourth set. And Tony looked pretty gutted. And
before that was, and then he came back and won the Epic.
2008. But I think you're right. There's serious concern that it takes huge special shots and maybe a couple serves out of the comfort zone. That's what it takes to win games. And it's so hard to string them together. Important couple points here from Nadal's cause not to go down an early break in the third. Oh, it's a bad break.
Well, it's a bad night for the lines people. I'll tell you, the chair umpires do a heck of a job.
He's on fire.
But this is really...
Nadal will get another first serve, and he was...
Nadal had a play in it, though.
Yeah, he did, but he had a play. It was in the court, but he wasn't ahead in the point.
No. Djokovic is starting to step around and hit forehands. You know he's starting to feel really confident. And that's exactly what he did throughout this rally. And this last one is just a beautiful shot from that low to get that much on it. Nadal in all sorts of trouble now.
Djokovic stalking over and staring in his box after getting the break. One of those defining rallies in the match so far.
That could be the defining rally. I mean, and it had the feel of it as it was taking place. And the extra effort that Djokovic was putting into moving out into that forehand corner. And Nadal says to himself, I've seen this one a few too many times in the last 6 months.
He knows the importance. Points like that played. Losing his #1 ranking and all those titles to Novak last year. Nadal is going to have to, in his words, suffer and search for some solutions. Because this is starting to look very familiar, isn't it?
It sure is.
Just like the second set. Djokovic playing with the lead.
Let's. First. Nadal challenging the call on the right service line. Ball was calling.
Just clipped the line.
Nadal can't believe it. He's back there ready to receive a second serve.
Nadal has two chances.
Nothing going his way now.
No. Djokovic, we saw this started to happen in the second set, Chris, that he's winning a lot more points like that. As to Nadal's position, it's almost like he's going further back. He loses confidence in his return. And as the match wears on, it starts to catch up to him.
That's a good point. Percentages. And Nadal fighting. Clawing, try to hold. Djokovic doing so routinely. A lot like set 2.
Box spring and not a foundation, giving you maximum support and comfort. And just like all our beds, they're flippable, giving your mattress a longer life. So call, stop by, or visit us online at honbedding.com.
Warm, breezy Sunday night in Melbourne as this Grand Slam comes to a conclusion. And some great moments in the last couple of weeks. Folks here hoping to see a 5-set final, but Novak in no mood to let that happen. He has been dominant in the 3rd set, and Nadal again, just a huge effort to try to crawl out of a one-break hole. It just feels a lot bigger than that.
It does, yeah. There's bigger openings now for Djokovic. Not having to, he's done so much work within the rally that look how much room he's got there to hit the winner, and that's starting to happen a lot more now. It's like the body blows are starting to take their toll on Nadal. The defenses are coming down.
And you saw his head come down too. Yeah. A little resignation after that point. 3 hours of play. Nadal will never stop fighting, and Djokovic knows that. He understands that this guy is as tough a competitor as he could ever face. But it's one of those matches where you just feel like it's going to take the cooperation of Djokovic to let Nadal back in this.
Yes, exactly. It's in his hands.
Definitely do more of that. You can go either way with that forehand as well, but just taking some of that topspin off the ball and driving through the court.
Aggression has to be the answer, Darren.
Yeah, on the first serve and also on the forehand. That's where he's going to win it, because Novak is really knocked down on Nadal's backhand side.
By the way, you know when Djokovic is clapping for his opponent that he's feeling pretty confident. He wouldn't be clapping if he was down 4-1 in this set, trust me. Serves have essentially risen or stayed the same, risen in this set, but the unforced errors have come down in a big way. He's actually almost even now in the winner to error ratio, and he was way under after the first set. Now he's toying with him.
That's a big problem for Nadal as well, because that first forehand of Djokovic is really just a working shot. That's a heavy forehand, not redlined, well directed, but getting way ahead in the point.
Break point for a chance to serve it out at 5-1.
Yes.
The moments in the match, you know, the Nadal clawing back in the last set to 4-5 at deuce, that unbelievable backhand that Djokovic hit off a Nadal forehand, setting up the set point and the double fault. Otherwise, who knows what direction that set goes. Been so clean that any unforced error surprises and agitates him. How could I miss one? The ropes in that game. Still a lot of work to do in this set. He's going to climb back in it. Winter X Games concludes Sunday on ESPN at 2 Eastern. Shaun White showcased snowboard superpipe eliminations and 9 Eastern, another window. The games wrap up with the snowmobile best trick final. Winter X Games from Aspen.
Good working shot to the backhand and says to Rafa, if you can pass me from 12 feet behind the baseline, good luck. It's definitely a move that Roger Federer could have used more often.
Short return there from Nadal.
He's telling himself hit through the forehand.
Yep.
That's nasty. The service games for Djokovic just flying by now with very little energy burnt.
Exactly right. I mean, you thought that maybe Nadal, if he could press Djokovic physically because of the length of his semifinal match, that could be an edge for Nadal, but he's not doing it this set. You know, Djokovic was far too many points like that for Djokovic.
Holding at love. Nadal up against it at 2-5 when we come back. It's going through Nadal's head at this point. Able to fight through that opening set. And Djokovic sort of found his legs, found his way. The familiar game plan has been executed pretty ruthlessly.
Yep.
It's one thing to continue fighting, which Nadal will, but another to find the answers that nobody else has found, by the way.
No.
Is solving the machine-like game of him were easy. Somebody would have beaten him last year once in a while.
The only one to beat him in a major, of course, was Federer at the French. Semi-final there.
It took a brilliant match from Federer to do it. A lot of us felt that Federer really did his old rival Rafa. Rafa didn't stop playing. He was not sure that ball within that rally was good, but played on. That Federer did Nadal a big favor by taking out Djokovic. Novak would have been the favorite in the French final and could have completed the Grand Slam.
Sorry?
Well, if he wins here, we have to start considering talking about the Novak Slam if he does take out the French Open.
That will be the storyline heading to the next major this year for sure, Darren.
Again, right from the return, Djokovic gets in control of the point, and Nadal's playing catch-up.
What could he do differently? Brad mentioned, popping bigger serves, but it's even the first serves are getting returned
He doesn't
very
really
well.
he doesn't really have more on his serve. His only chance, I believe, is to try to hit the forehand as often as he can.
Put that serve in at under 80 miles per hour. It's just become a nightmarish X and O matchup, hasn't it, for Nadal? Djokovic in a relative sprint, just 44 minutes in this set. A chance to grab a 2-set-to-1 lead right now.
Well, the first set took an hour and 20. The second one an hour and 6. This one 45. Oh.
What a punctuation. Djokovic stringing points together to slam the door on set number 3, a set away from another title.
Welcome back. Djokovic breaks Nadal at love to take the third set 6-2. He closed out that set winning 8 straight points, the longest point win streak of the match, Brad. This is going one direction in a hurry.
That's what I call running downhill, stretching the lead, and really taking it to your opponent. Djokovic was beautiful from the outset. And watch him, starts from the return. He's up on the baseline, deep return, neutralizes the serve, and then immediately goes to work on the backhand. To me, and then once he draws a short reply, hammers away to the forehand, and this is the shot that's been killing him for the last hour and a half. That slice backhand, take that out of the playbook. That is not going to happen. To me, Nadal has got to get up on the baseline on the return. He lost 16 out of 18 points that set on the return, and he's got to get back to where he's running around the backhand and being way more aggressive on the forehand. And look at that court position. 4% of the time he was inside the baseline. You will be looking at a 6-1 set unless you get at least 60% inside where that is, 60-40.
All right, so Chris, it sounds like Brad's saying red line for Nadal or this is done. Back to you.
Feels that way. The playbook's looking pretty thin, though, Patrick. The Nadal playbook, he's had a few pages been ripped out, shredded, thrown away.
Running out of options.
You heard of Vamos from Nadal trying to get himself going after winning the first point of the set. That's just amazing. Oh.
Well,
this guy played for 5 hours 2 days ago.
You know, Chris, you have all these plays in the playbook, and at that point, Nadal executed them. But the problem is the guy on the other side has the answers, because there was a couple of huge forehands from Nadal into the forehand wing of Djokovic, and he weathered it. And then once Djokovic gets control of the point, it's curtains.
Nadal just finished right in front of me then, and you rarely see this look on his face, but he had that look like, you're kidding me, after that point was finished.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you what you see down there, what energy you're sensing from Nadal. He's stalking around, looks frustrated right now.
It's a little bit like the US Open in the fourth set. It seemed like it was inevitable. It was, but he's got to find something. And I think Brad's right. I don't think he has to redline. Obviously, he needs to hit as many forehands as possible, but court position is a big issue today. He's got to get closer to the baseline, and that starts with the return of serve.
He's dropped back pretty deep for this serve. And Djokovic got it by him. Nadal was hopping the wrong way. So you drop back and you still get haste.
Yeah, drop back, though. It opens up the angles.
Well, that's actually making it easier for Djokovic to serve wide.
Really starting to get behind him, and in fact when he walked out after the change of ends, there was a big round of applause for Nadal, trying to pump him up.
He's trying to will himself into this now.
Pounced forward, tried to be very aggressive with that forehand.
Djokovic.
You don't mind seeing that, though, Chris, because at least he was right on the baseline. If he actually makes that, he gets ahead in the point. But when you're 9 or 10 feet behind the baseline, you hit a risky forehand, you're not even getting ahead in the point. So at least that was from a good position. Same again.
Yes.
Like where Nadal is when he finishes that last shot. And this one just behind the baseline, he flattens it out.
Yeah, that's fine there, though, Patrick, isn't it?
Oh, that's a good position for him.
You don't have to be inside, but you just have to be tighter.
You have to be close, yeah. And your point is a great one, Darren, because if you're not tighter and you hit that ball exactly the same way, because of Djokovic's speed, you're now in trouble in the point. So he gets over there and burns you cross court.
Djokovic.
We talked about it at the start of the match, Chris, these little mini battles within the larger war. And this game of this opening game of this set is one of them, because Nadal's making a push to try to get himself into this with a quick break, and Djokovic can sense it. He feels it, and he's answering.
Djokovic holds.
That was a big reaction there.
Yeah, you're right. Patrick's excellent point. I mean, Nadal emotionally into it. Djokovic answered it with some big shots and also plenty of energy himself. And now Nadal will have a tricky service game. He's been broken 5 times in this match. He had that to the 11 times he was broken at the U.S. Open final. Talking about 16 breaks of the Nadal serve in 7 sets.
Yeah, and it's not, you know, you can't just look at the numbers, Chris, and say, oh, Nadal had a bad serving night. You know, he has to serve better. He's having a bad serving night because of the guy he's playing.
Right.
It's not because his serve is off or the wind is bad or whatever, because this guy on the return has taken it away from him.
He's having a much better serving night than he was at the U.S. Open. For
absolutely.
Sure. Djokovic
Through the
has just
first
been
couple
able to
sets,
raise his return level enough, and the mental strain of having to fight for every service game, even the games that he hasn't been broken, he's had to burn energy. He's been under pressure. Just no room to breathe.
Yeah, that's it. No room to breathe for him. Can't relax.
Especially off that backhand wing.
15 love.
wide open, just not quite enough time. Because of that deep return to crank the forehand.
He hits it deep, Chris, and he also takes it early. So that combination is why Nadal's rushed and why he didn't have enough time.
These games have been going. It's almost a surprise if Nadal does
He's behind in a lot of these points, including that one there where Djokovic had him on the string. It's not a backhand that he's going to miss too often.
Referee says, could I have a few more of those, please? Novak not been in a giving mood, though, since the opening set. That's for sure. Djokovic changed direction on that point.
Such a great balance. When you look at the unforced errors by set, you talk about tightening the screws, huh, Chris? 19 in the opening set when he was just trying to find his rhythm. 12 in the second, 7 in the third. And it's still early in this set, so 4-3. And Nadal relatively in the same place, but his ability to dictate has gone down. What a return. What a serve. Yeah, that's exactly. Really good serve into the body. And he just moves slightly out of the way of it. Watch this, and he gets a clean hit on this ball.
Twelfth time in this match. The game's gone to deuce.
These two games have been very good for Nadal.
In terms of how he's fighting, Darren?
No, not just that. Just more
style.
aggressive. You know, he's not redlining, but he's just playing from a stronger court position. He's going after more forehands.
That return just short enough to allow him to take a big cut.
This is certainly his best chance.
For supporters waving the Spanish flags, they knew the importance of not falling behind yet again early in a set. You joined us a little bit late. I'll tell you that this is the story of 2011 head-to-head. It's really become the rivalry. Nadal and Federer have great nostalgia. They have these huge global fan bases, different styles, different personalities, and all the great memories. But in terms of what's current and now, it's these two.
You know, they're two dominant players in the men's game now. Is Federer still capable of winning another major? Absolutely. I mean, he's played really tight matches against both these guys, but he hasn't won any of them in the majors.
Let me ask you this: would Federer have been more capable of winning this final against Djokovic than Nadal?
Better matchup. You know, the tennis is so much about matchups, and obviously the Nadal matchup is a good one against Federer for Nadal. Federer generally, his game is more well suited to Djokovic's style because he can play more offense, he can slice better, he serves better. And you remember they played in the U.S. Open, and Federer was one serve away from winning against Djokovic before losing a 5-setter.
40 love.
And beat him at the French.
I remember that's why I asked.
Yeah,
it's a good thing for Djokovic in your mind that Nadal has been the second best player in the world, just ahead of Federer and Murray. You know what a battle Murray gave Djokovic here 2 nights ago, and then a couple points himself of dethroning Novak. That's just another comfortable hold, and the pressure swings right back on the Nadal in the next service game.
Oh, impressive.
We were the kings and queens of promise. I've only just begun.
Someone down there has Paris on their mind already. The second major of this season. Red clay of Roland Garros, all the magic of the City of Lights, and Djokovic closes this out, wins this title. They'll be going for the not just the Novak Slam, but the career slam there, and I think there'll be some serious conversation about the possibility of the Grand Slam, because it just seems to be a growing gap if he can finish off Nadal in this set. Fans saying, wait a minute now, he's never beaten him at the French Open, and that's true, of course, but he did get him a couple times on clay. That would be sort of the next piece of territory for Djokovic to try to take away from Nadal, the same way that Rafa did it to Roger.
That's right.
Beat him on clay, beat him on the grass, finally got him on the hard court. The way Djokovic played throughout the year, I mean, I don't think it'd be too smart to rule him out.
No. Djokovic, I tell you, his defensive lobs are amazing. With the full stretch, and he scoops him back and gets him very close to the baseline.
Vlade Divac was better on offense than defense, but he appreciates the defense.
Yeah. He had a teammate that could play some pretty good defense when he wanted to.
Let's see Vlade in the tennis court. 7'1" body.
Djokovic is challenging the ball on the right far side. Ball was got out.
Novak figures why not, but that did miss.
Well, he knows he just slapped himself again on the leg because that was exactly the kind of ball that
remaining.
Gets him ahead in the point, and he knows that if he can break here, the finish line is very close. Good serve.
122. That's pretty near his fastest tonight. Djokovic sort of creeping closer and closer in the returns. But it takes a lot to get it by him. On that return, and Nadal made him pay with a forehand winner, 2-all. So Vlade Divac, if he keeps his eye on the NBA anymore. Bulls and Heat, ABC 3:30 Sunday afternoon, 6:30 Eastern time. Over to ESPN for the Spurs and the Mavs.
Change of racket here for Nadal. Another one of these players that if they have new balls on his serve, he waits one game, but because he's returning serve changes, and he's trying to get himself pumped up here.
And again, Nadal knows they've never played 5 sets before. He knows how long Novak played 2 nights ago. And still, I'm sure, full of belief if he can find a way to win this 4th set, Patrick. He's very much in it. He would like his chances in a 5th set.
Absolutely. I mean, the longer he can stay even in this set, he can think to himself he might be able to just sort of just gut it out. Instinct.
Footed, but still had to drop that one right in the corner.
This type of tennis that he's played so far in the 4th is by far his best chance. He might lose this match in 4 sets, but at least he's giving himself a fighter's chance.
You saw his father Sebastian exhorting him there. Said not just Tony, but another uncle, Miguel Angel, the former soccer star, and his dad here for the 2 weeks.
Lens. First service.
His dad, by the way, said, I want to escape Melbourne, get away from the pressure and the hype and the build-up of this Grand Slam. I'm going to go to Robbins Island yesterday. Popped out of town for a little vacation.
Nice.
Just to relieve the pressure, watching his kid compete for this title. A little bit in the 1st set, didn't it? If the slice can give him a forehand.
That's what it has to. Because if he gets in with just slicing and defending, he's in trouble. He's got to slice and then look to go on the attack. So right here, he's got to look for the forehand. He finds it, and boom.
Triple digits. That is monstrous.
An opening here for Nadal, 15-30. From the start of that rally, Nadal's just pushing the back end. And he gets himself in trouble, and Djokovic won't let him out of the corner.
And in your mind, that's the wrong sort of slice to play, the one that nobody can run around and hammer.
Yeah, look how he just gets deeper and deeper back.
He's very patient to keep the ball on the back end side as well.
Yeah, I didn't mean the last desperation slice, but the one early in the point.
He doesn't hit it low enough and have it get enough bite, and then it's easy for Djokovic to roll it back to his backhand.
40-30.
You know, Nadal is so great, and he's won so many matches by relying on his instinct, which is to defend. And that's why he goes to that slice. He says, okay, you're going to have to outrun me. And that's won him 10 majors. And all of a sudden, he's up against a guy who can hurt him from both wings, who can run as well, if not better than him on this court.
Djokovic again has the answer and has the lead in the fourth. The no-lay chant echoing around Rod Laver Arena. Their man in front 2-1 on serve in the fourth. The constant steep uphill fight on a Nadal service game about to begin all over again. Making first serve seems like the only answer to making these games more comfortable. As the match has gone on, Patrick, the gap has really widened how well each guy dealing with the other's second serve.
Yeah.
Djokovic really backing up his second serve well, 64%. That's incredible.
That's a very good number.
Stat for a Nadal match. Rafa's 20 percentage points lower than that.
You know, it's 44% on the second is getting him in a lot of trouble, and he's not even that high in the first.
No.
Barely over 60.
That was a gift. Djokovic had a challenge there. Floated on him a little bit. He used to challenge already once in this set. That was the correct one, though.
Well, the rough night, the rough tournament, I should say, for the lines people continues. It has been just brutal.
Pascal Maria has overruled some incorrect calls to save the players the trouble of challenging, or we would have seen a lot more of that tonight. I wonder if they have a meeting after the tournament and sort of discuss it. It's been an issue.
Probably had meetings during the tournament, but it didn't help.
You work for the UST. You have a lot of meetings, right? That's always the answer.
Yeah.
Someone's got to have a meeting. Have a meeting and talk about it and fix it. It's tough to.
How do you fix the lines people are missing calls? What would that meeting be like?
You're the meeting specialist.
Right.
I try to attend as few as possible.
Okay.
Nadal will check and see if that call was to his satisfaction. And slow walk up. He's taking a long time, but won't. You know, they say, now listen, I want you to really focus.
I want you to really stop missing these
look
calls.
hard and just get them right.
That'll do
it. Doesn't. That's why it wasn't worth the challenge. It really wasn't close. more time. Nadal under pressure. He knows that a break here would just about end his quest. The fight from behind at that point, able to finally whip a forehand.
He took that one closer to the baseline, and then he was so quick to get around this ball. That was a gutsy shot. One for that at 30 all.
Real struggle to make a first serve in this game. Djokovic very nearly got to that. But Nadal stays even. 3-all.
3-2.
Looks like there's a lot of folks who aren't from Switzerland with Swiss flags. And a lot of honorary Spaniards and Rafa's on the court. There's some Serbian flags in here as well. You're saying that this tremendous generation of Spanish players, that may not be backed up by another wave, that Spain could be maybe losing supremacy in coming years?
That's pretty typical that you see that one country produces a lot of players for a 10-year period, and then it doesn't always continue. In Sweden, for example, had tons of top players in the 80s and 90s, early 90s. Starting the board. Now you've got a lot of the Eastern European countries producing lots of players. But Spain is still, they're right at the top along with France in the men's game.
The generation before Nadal and Almagro and Ferrer and these guys, Spain had top players, but not nearly in the numbers that this generation has produced.
And not with, obviously, the dominant player that Nadal has been.
No.
How about what this guy's done for Serbia?
Certainly as an ambassador, the most popular Serb, and a guy who is taking on the responsibility of helping to, in his words, rehabilitate the image of that country after the war.
It's a bad miss there from Nadal. It's a pretty routine ball. He knows it. By himself, he's back there taking practice swings. You rarely see Nadal do that. He's done that a few times tonight.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, Djokovic.
Patrick, have you heard this before? Djokovic has the lead. Nadal has a pressure service game coming up.
Yeah, sounds familiar.
You with me?
Yeah.
Turns out the factor that many of the pundits here, Patrick, use to justify a pick of Nadal as the underdog in this match, the strain that Djokovic was put under 2 nights ago really hasn't been a factor at all. Maybe a touch.
I thought in the beginning.
Yeah,
the beginning, I think he was maybe just a little bit stiff, but once his body warmed up and he got himself loosened up, he's had no issue at all.
And there's been none of the breathing problems.
No.
People were using that as a justification for picking against him, perhaps. He's looked pretty fresh and completely engaged for almost all of the 353.
Got it.
Shake of the head from Nadal. Another one of those rubber band man returns that he gets at full extension, great depth.
And also every single person in Novak's box got up to applaud Novak as he came after that change of ends. They know the importance of this game. This is where he can make a big push.
Backhand up the line. Tony's got to applaud. I mean, what else can you do? Nadal hit an unreal forehand cross court. This one right here, a full stretch, and that ball hit the line. How about the returns in this game, Chris? I mean, 3 very good first serves from Nadal, and each return was hit at full stretch, clean, and got Djokovic in control of the point.
In this game, he's just gone a place, Patrick, that Rafa can't go, and nobody else can either. Raising the level, creating 3 break point opportunities for a chance to serve for that trophy. Rafa went after it. He really flirted with a miss in that second to last forehand.
A couple of drops of rain. Rain's falling.
No kidding, Darren. We haven't had him disrupt a singles match the whole tournament.
And they've reopened the roof to its full extent as well. So this is going to take a while if it starts to come down.
Still a couple of break points to finish this, perhaps before the rain arrives. Trademark guts on display.
Absolutely.
But still An uphill fight to hold this game.
From Nadal.
Djokovic took the ball and flicked it up in the crowd. Backhand breaking the pattern and wrong footing, Novak.
I think they're going to stop here. This is looking like it's becoming slippery.
Oscar Maria gave a look to the players. It's tough to see there and how much rain there is on the court.
And you can still see quite a bit there.
It's a better shot. Challenge from Djokovic. Wouldn't that be a little plot twist if we have to have a 15-20 minute delay?
Well, the roof is on the move.
Momentum's on the move in this game from Love 40. Game point for 4-all. Forget the roof. He could have closed the door on Nadal in this game. That is a gutsy response from a guy who's won 10 majors, and look at the lawnmower.
Leighton Wood would be happy. That was just an amazing comeback from Love 40, and Nadal just went for it.
Hats off to Rafa.
And now it's raining hard now, and Nadal says, what are we doing?
Rafa wants to stop it on that note. And
is it actually closing?
It's closing. It's on the move, yes.
These are the thunderstorms that we thought might be in the way, and Rafa, you can see in that shot the rain pretty steady.
Well, the crowd chanting Rafa.
Maria out of his chair to wipe his hand on the line. They'll get slick before the court does, and now here comes the referee.
Wayne McEwen.
Wayne McEwen out at 1:45 to confer with Maria.
They might have the guys just take a seat, let the roof close. They could get a couple of ball kids to come out and dry the court pretty quickly, because it's obviously not a lot of rain.
What a time for a little pause in the action, a little intermission.
We had fireworks the other night, and the Nadal-Federer match that delayed it for 9 minutes.
And after that, Nadal came out very quickly, and Federer was incredibly flat. Novak says, boy, I was a point away.
I'm serving for
5-3 and serving for the championship. Nadal confused, I think. Did he stay on the court? Are we going to leave? Because this delay will not be just a few minutes. Thank goodness they have the roof. Of course, this is the envy of the Grand Slam tennis world. They're putting a third roof, one over Margaret Court Arena, for next year.
See, Craig just announced to the crowd that they're expecting 50 millimeters of rain in the next 24 hours here in Melbourne. So if we didn't have a roof, this match might not get done in the next 24 hours.
Now I love the roof even more, Darren, after that report. You see the area that's wet is really from the service line to the near end of the court to sort of the area in front of the baseline on the far end. The roof has been partially closed, as Darren told you, so it's only a part of the court that's gotten damp.
They're following the raindrops, so there's none behind the baseline now. It's just all close to the net. And you can see the ball kids looking up at their roof as it's closing.
Nadal has left the court. Djokovic still in his chair. Let's check over with Brad Gilbert and Chris McHenry.
All right, Chris and Patrick, thank you. Brad, interesting timing. Does it favor anybody?
Well, what an unbelievable turn of events. At 3-4, love 40, you're 5 points from the finish line, and what an unbelievable dig from Rafa to dig out of that game. And now we could, if we have under a 15-minute delay, there is no re-hit. But now Rafa leaving the courts, you know, it's a tricky situation. Possibly, I think he can get coaching because this is a rain delay. But to me, what courage he showed there, because he was playing a little defensive, and then when he got under pressure there on that third break point, he took a rip at the backhand, a little rush of blood, couple of big serves, and I tell you what, we could have a little momentum shift, and it's going to be a tough game at 4-all now after this little delay to come back and serve if you're Djokovic, because, you know, basically you thought you were going to break and serve for the match. We could have a little momentum shift, and the crowd is waking up.
And the crowd is really behind Rafael Nadal. They want to see 5 sets. By the way, rush of blood. I like when you speak Australian.
And you know what they love? The triple lawnmower. The little Leighton Hewitt, Rusty. They got it going, man. Got me fired up.
It's just the crowd that's waking up. Now, if Rafael Nadal, he did leave the court, as Chris said, if he can get coaching, and you're his coach, what are you telling him at this point?
Well, well, obviously, you know, it's a tense situation. But the one thing that you're probably, you know, if you're Uncle Tony, you got to be more aggressive with the forehand. Court position on the return to serve. Occasionally on that second serve, you got to move up, on, you know, on the baseline. But I'm seeing Uncle Tony in the stands, so obviously Uncle Tony, unless he's doing it by mental telepathy, he's not getting coaching. But I'm sure if you're Rafa right now, that, you know, you're changing your gear a little bit, and you're pacing, you're ready to get back out there, and you're in your mind, things have turned around.
Okay, he is back out on the court as we see him back there. Looks like maybe just fresh clothing on. Why don't we take you through the match if you're just waking up and joining us this Sunday morning for the men's championship. Novak Djokovic, Rafael Nadal, number 1, number 2. And in the first set, here's Nadal.
It was a good start for Rafa. He came out dictating with the forehand and really taking it to Novak Djokovic, and that's what won him the first set. But the second set, Djokovic started to find his way. And then watch the backhand.
Oh, nicest shot on the corner.
That was when he started to fist pump and started to really get into the match. And look at this return to serve that sets up Rafa on defense. And watch the ball placement of Novak Djokovic just standing on the baseline, dictating play.
And here's set point.
And once again, Djokovic just lets it fly.
He wrapped up that set with 8 straight points into the fourth.
Emphatic ending of that set. And to me, this whole set, Nadal has been hanging on. But he's done a good job to keep scoreboard pressure. Look at the little dropper. He had Djokovic had Rafa running from corner to corner, but yet to break him. But look at the good point here from Rafa. This is the better court position. Up on the baseline, and then that's when he's at his best, using the forehand and dictating play, and that's a shot he needs to do more of. The forehand inside out to the forehand.
Break down the numbers for us, and really it was the second serve that was killing Rafael Nadal.
And in 8 of the last 9 losses, Rafa has been under 50% on second serve points won. He is at 46%. And Djokovic at a sterling 64%. That is the big number. And I tell you what, if Djokovic isn't 5 for 16 on break points, this match would already be over.
If you're just joining us, we're in a delay of about 7 minutes so far because the rain has started to fall here at Melbourne Park and the roof is closing, but that usually takes anywhere from about 12 to 15 minutes to get it done. We are in the 4th set, tied at 4 games apiece with Djokovic up 2-1. Now, if you're Djokovic after this break and the finish line was so close, he is full of confidence, but what does he have to do to keep his mind in this match and not let it get to the 5th set?
There's no doubt short-term memory loss, because you know he's fuming a little bit what happened in that game, but you go back to work, go back to the court position that you were doing, go back to dictating play, and you know, you tell yourself the most important thing after that situation, come back out and hold serve, because then the guy's got to hold to stay in the match. So you just think about it in point and a game situation. Don't get ahead of yourself.
And he has been able to serve several of his games and hold at love. How important is it that he do that? Again, just to send the message to Nadal that my foot is not off the gas.
Well, to me, he in the last 2.5 sets, he's been the much complete player on his serve. He's been holding a lot easier. And in this type of situation, obviously this is going to be the first match that's played at the tournament indoors. You just think point by point. You don't think about holding a love. You just think about one point at a time. I got to get a hold and move on, put the pressure back on Rafael Nadal.
Now, it has been an extremely humid night, as you'd expect, with the rains coming down, and it is really hot. How does this change the court conditions? Does it by closing the roof? Will the court play any differently? So let's check in with Darren Cahill. Darren, what's it like down there?
Well, probably another 3 or 4 minutes before the roof gets closed. It's nearly done now, so the kids are actually wiping all the water off the court. It does change the court conditions a little bit because, as we were saying, the humidity in here has been quite strong all night. Once they close the roof, they put the air conditioning system on. It actually sucks the humidity out. So that might be a good thing for Rafa's ball if he can last long enough in this fourth set. Both players went off the court. Firstly, it was Nadal who went off, had a change of clothes. He came on about 5 or 6 minutes ago. He's been bouncing around and he's ready to go. And then Novak Djokovic went off the court and he also changed his shirt. So I think we're probably about 5 or 6 minutes before we get underway here.
Players went in the small locker room that's right next to the center court, not the big locker room. Why wouldn't they be able to get coaching in this situation?
Well, I think it's mainly because it's not really an official weather stoppage here. The roof is closing and they're not sending the guys back into the locker room. I looked across and Marion Vida's still standing there. He had no intentions of going back into the locker room. And I could not see Uncle Tony. He disappeared for a little bit. Now he's back in his chair as well. But I'm not quite sure what the rule is there, but definitely there was no coaching given to the players. But Nadal already is back on the baseline. He's ready to go. And Novak's now walking to the baseline. The roof has got about 30 seconds to go, so it might be just a minute or so and we'll get going here.
Darren, I'm telling you, as a coach, I would have ran down to the locker room just to find out, or down to that area, because to me this is an official stoppage of play because it is a rain delay. And I know they have a roof, but they did stop for about 8-9 minutes, and there will be no warm-up, right?
No warm-up. Play's about to get underway.
Okay, then let's get it back to Chris Fowler and Patrick McEnroe. They pick it up at 4-all in the fourth. Chris?
Chris, thank you. Yeah, if Djokovic was bothered by Mother Nature's intervention, he sure is not betraying anything. I mean, he's been pretty unflappable for the last 12 months. 10-minute delay. Djokovic again had 3 break points, which he didn't lose. Nadal took them back and held. But it has been a very comfortable set on serve, a total of just 5 points lost in his 4 service games. We have seen delays, stoppages, which are typically obviously much longer than this. Turn matches around, give one guy a boost, break the rhythm of the other guy. You just don't get the feeling that's going to happen here.
I don't get the feeling that's going to affect this one, no.
But the way Nadal dug out of that service game, that could.
Yeah, exactly. Not at all like the other night when Nadal played Federer because of the fireworks, and Federer, I think he lost 11 straight points.
Nadal that night actually put the headphones on and he was running up and down the indoor tunnels right next to the court to stay warm.
That was at much an earlier point in the match, but you're right, it was a pretty puzzling reaction by Federer. He completely lost it. No intensity at all after the Australia Day fireworks break.
Well, I agree with what Brad said, that Nadal's got to take some more chances like that on the second serve. And I just think he went away from that. He did it once or twice in the first set and actually hit a couple of good returns, and then he completely went away from it, from stepping in on some second serve returns. And that's a big reason to me why Djokovic has such a high number on the second serve points won.
One more game to confirm a #1 ranking. Rafa up against it again. Is this the time for Djokovic? Clock creeping toward the early minutes of Monday morning here in Melbourne. Seems like for about 3 sets, Nadal has been behind in the set score, down a break, or behind on the scoreboard, and just having to fight and claw to hold. This is a must hold.
Oh, that's the one Nadal wanted, just overcooked it. We talk so much about the great defense of Nadal and how that's pressured players into mistakes. Well, we're seeing a little role reversal on this one. A lot of unforced errors from Nadal. That's 52 now in the match because of the defense of this man.
Cannot let that miss, though, shake his confidence, because he has to keep going for it. Nadal's will has made this much better fourth set than it looked like we might get after the third. This would be one of the few commanding holds that he's had. But he's not off the hook yet.
Djokovic again punishing Nadal's second serve here. Gets Nadal on the run with that return and then knocks off the next one for a clean winner.
It's inspiring to see points played this way after 4 hours and 18 minutes.
It's just sheer will from Nadal, the way the second and third sets went. That he's in this, and this crowd is showing their appreciation. They are firmly in his corner right now.
The angle that he created with that backhand. This is Pop.
Thank you.
Now sit down, back to work. The tough task of getting at the Djokovic serve. Because all the tight games in the set have been on Nadal's serve. It's like we have a kind of an easy Djokovic hold, and then the rhythm becomes a lot more intense as Nadal tries to answer. Nadal hasn't really been close to a break point in this set.
Not in this set. But he's got to tell himself now, all I need is one. Just give me one chance.
And that's a gift. Funky miss it, return to drop very short. So hard to see any sign of tension, tightness in this man in the last 12 months.
Still like the fact, Chris, that Nadal's looking to be more offensive. Look where he takes this return from. He's right on the baseline. He gets caught here, but at least he's sending Djokovic a message that he's going to look to take this. This time he drifts back.
Mentioned before also the fact is that once they close the roof, they throw the air conditioning system on, and it does suck out some of that humidity that's been keeping the ball from bouncing on the court. So this becomes a little bit interesting as this goes along. I'm sure it takes a while for that to kick in. If Rafa can somehow find a way to win this set, it's going to be very interesting conditions for the fifth.
Good point there, and that ball did kick up a little higher on the backhand side, made it tough to handle. No. Simply will not allow Nadal to get to break point. That was huge.
Talk about how he's managing himself under pressure, Chris, and what he's done in the last year. That was a perfect example. Just calmly, I mean, that's a high-risk shot to go back up the line.
That's my point.
At
you
5
guys
all,
supposed
30
to feel
all.
some tension, right?
You would think. He's probably feeling it. It's just the way he's handling it.
Nadal will contemplate yet another pressure service game. We'll keep it here. Constant uphill fight since he toughed out the opening set, which seems like a long time ago. And Djokovic coming out a little bit subpar, a little sloppy at the start, a little flat, but then turning the momentum at the beginning of the second set, getting early breaks in sets 2 and 3. Nadal double faulting and set point in the second set, and no breaks of serve here in set number 4, but Nadal always feeling the heat of serving from behind.
Yeah, Djokovic has had 3 break point chances in this set, and she hasn't been able to convert.
Yeah, 3-4, low 40. That was for Nadal. Crunch time, but this is crunch time again.
Yeah, Nadal's dug in so well in this match when it seemed like it was after the midway through that third set, like there didn't seem to be any hope for him at all, the way the tempo of this match was playing out. But he has just willed himself into this set, and he looks pretty fresh. And so does Djokovic, and remember, he played 4 hours and 50 minutes against Murray.
And we're just 26 minutes short of that. Nadal went jogging out to the line to serve. The amazing ability to play harder in hours 3 and 4 of a match. Defending by Nadal. He's showing his opponent lots of energy and a couple little weary moments for Djokovic.
I think you're right. Yep. I think the footwork has gotten a little flat from Novak. And Nadal is feeding off of that.
Nadal a point away from a tiebreak. Got to feel pretty good. Boost in confidence. A rare easy hold. In the next few minutes, Djokovic ready to stick in the knife, hold his title. Oh, this will go the distance in 5th set.
This is where you need to draw on every single bit of that pre-season work that you've done, knowing that if you look down the other side of the court, that you believe. Convince yourself that you are fitter, stronger, and faster than your opponent. That's what Rafa is doing right now.
And which guy will think more clearly in the tiebreak?
Djokovic. Thank you.
It's wide.
We talked about this earlier in the match, Chris. Nadal's ability to move quickly. I mean, he absolutely sprinted in to take this one out of the air. And he is pumped up now.
How well are these two guys moving at 4 hours and 29 minutes?
It's just shocking. No one else in the world gets to that shot.
No.
Thank you.
Boy, in the scheme of things, that's a bad miss for him because he had that on his racket and Novak was completely out of court. That was very makeable.
Feeling the pressure to be so precise with the shot.
Yeah, you can see by his reaction, he knew it. Just kind of guided that ball, didn't really go after it.
Novak's not happy. This crowd is 95% for Rafa.
Used to bug him. Better not let it get to him now. Tiny margins.
Uncle Tony was clapping because that's the kind of shot he wants his guy to go after.
Flattened it a bit and took a huge cut. Now the seconds to think about it on the crossover. Big difference. 4-2 up to 3-all.
Feels like we're back in the MCG.
prefer tennis to cricket, then, if you don't mind?
Football. It's football. 100,000 people crowd in there for an AFL final.
Nadal's shot was called out on the sideline. After a little smile from Djokovic. What a swing on Nadal's 2 service points from up a mini break. Clips the tape on the forehand. And another aggressive return.
Nadal has 3 challenges.
Control of it swings over to Djokovic. Gets his corner on their feet.
He looks up at the crowd to sort of say, take that.
5-3, Djokovic.
Absolutely no hesitation whatsoever in any swing from Djokovic in this point. That is just stepping up. Let's do it.
This is simply ridiculous how hard these two are working.
Well, as Nadal said yesterday, Darren, you got to be willing to suffer.
One more ball, one more, whatever it takes. He was up against the ropes in that rally. They suffer. Tennis fans love it. This is a new level for the sport.
I think they love it too.
Back on serve.
You just cannot dig any deeper than this man's digging right now.
Novak's turn to curse the tape. Set point. To force a fifth.
Thank you.
See a better example of it on a tennis court. For the first time, Nole and Rafa are going 5 sets for the Australian Open title.
Everybody suffers when you're pushed up to the limits, when you feel that in every second you can actually fall down of how tired and exhausted you are. But that's when actually that all hard work that you put into all these years comes into play.
You have to go a little bit more, you have to fight a little bit more, you have to practice a little bit more to try to win against an opponent that is always putting you in a big trouble. And that's the real sport, trying your best in every moment and fight until last ball. That's the final goal.
They're ready for it, a fifth set for the first time between these two. Brad, we started the night saying this was the new rivalry, their 30th meeting between the two. Past 8 Grand Slam titles will belong to them, and now we have it. This is the signature match of their rivalry.
I guess, you know, it's a fitting end to a great tournament that these guys go 5 sets. They've been out there for 4 hours and 41 minutes, maybe minus 10 minutes for a running clock. 4 hours and 54 minutes. I believe Wilander versus Lendl was the longest final of the Open era. We are going to shatter that. And to me, all of the hard yards that you know that Rafa's been thinking about Djokovic, he's been dreaming about getting him in a situation like this. Now it's about him imposing his will. Can he be the more physical one? Can he impose that forehand more? And, you know, he's showing so much emotion. I think he's finding another level, and the crowd has got the energy going. This place is rocking like a Davis Cup match for me at this moment.
And Djokovic was just 5 points, though, from the title, 5 from the finish line, and he's going to have to let that go.
Oh, there's no doubt. 3-4, love 40. It's already raining a little bit. You know, they rushed through that game. He's got to put that out of his memory. That's going to be tough. We know this guy can go. I mean, the other night he went 4 hours and 50 minutes. But to me, he's going to just have to put that aside, go back to work, you know, and dictating play what he wants to do. And Rafa wants to amp up. He wants to dictate play with that forehand. And I still think he needs to play closer to the baseline on his return.
All right, Chris and Patrick for a 5th set.
Chris, thank you. Nadal to serve first. There'll be no tiebreak in this final set.
Holding up the new balls.
Even though it feels like a drop in intensity, if you're Nadal, you cannot drop your intensity or your level of aggression, can you, Patrick?
No. That's what got him into the, kept him in that 4th set.
If, in fact, the marathon with Murray, which went 4:50, and we're almost there, 7 more minutes. It does include, as Brad mentioned, the delay for the roof. Does have an impact in this 5th set. Big factor or no factor?
Could be a factor. I mean, it's hard. He has so much adrenaline now, and obviously both these guys are proving what phenomenal athletes they are and what kind of shape they're in.
Novak has the ability, as you said, with easier power to create quicker points.
shots like that.
He can be really dangerous even when he is fatigued. A little stretch of the hamstrings. Darren, what's your sense courtside as we begin the fifth?
Well, my sense is we're entering territory we know nothing about. This is all guesswork here. So, you know, you've got to bank the fact that Novak's done the preseason work. He's looked great so far. He looked great towards the end of the match against Murray, and Nadal exactly the same.
Oh, what a shot! Yeah, that's territory we haven't seen, Darren. That is ridiculous.
Ridiculous that Djokovic got that ball back and hit it the line and a tomahawk forehand.
He was going to come in and try to take it out of the air. He changed his mind, and he's hitting this as he's moving backwards.
101.
Look at Novak. He's just smiling. That ball was eye level when he made contact with it, moving backwards towards his left. Clean winner.
101.
You know, we watched those first couple of sets in New York at the U.S. Open when it was obviously Djokovic who was in charge, and said, we've never seen that kind of court coverage, that kind of movement on a tennis court from two players. Well, now they're both doing it, and now we're in a fifth set. Djokovic is stretching quite a bit.
Definitely walking a little bit slower in between points, but you don't really see that translate once the point's in play. He's still moving like a jackrabbit around the court.
Nadal will take no notice of what happens between the points, only
zero.
How he's moving during the points. Difference in the fifth set. Not having to serve from behind all the time. Now it's Djokovic's turn to deal with that. He had such a string of easy holds in that fourth set. Never did face a break point going into the tiebreak. It was Nadal that had the mini break lead. Then Djokovic had it. And that one little forehand miss that clipped the tape seemed to turn things back around. And some of the toughest fighting you could see in a tennis court from Nadal in that tiebreak.
Oh, man. Incredible.
Let's go back also, Chris, to that earlier point about the fact the roof is closed now, the humidity's out of the stadium, air conditioning system's on, and I know that was new balls, but certainly that ball was jumping. So just keep an eye and see if that's going to be a factor in these early games here in the fifth.
Should guys change their tactics? As Djokovic on the far end continuing to stretch and kind of stay loose? Hit different shots if the conditions are appreciably different, Darren?
No, I don't think so. I think both guys have stuck to their winning game plans, and Novak was feeling it right. He was only 2 points away from winning this match. So, no, I don't think there's a need to, and obviously Nadal has to continue what he was doing well in the fourth.
I was referring, though, to the different conditions with the roof closed. If the balls are sort of jumping up, if you're getting more benefit from hitting heavy shots.
If Nadal feels when he drops back once that he got a heavy forehand, can get it up high above Djokovic's backhand, and he can make progress, then he'll consider it. But until he sees that, he should not be changing anything.
Nadal has so much more energy now than he had late in the third set. He just willed his way into the fourth by hanging on the serve, and later we got into the set, the more, he actually started going after the ball a lot more. Has to keep that up to win this fifth.
Talk to both guys about suffering and pushing through barriers that you think are there, but you can find energy reserves. If you can kind of get your mind to not believe that the fuel tank is running low. Any endurance athlete would be able to relate to that. That's really the purpose of military training, to get people to kind of not believe it when they feel like they've got no energy left, because they do have more. And these guys have figured out a way to conquer that.
Yeah, I mean, they put the work in, and then they put the mental work in, and they can pace themselves.
Djokovic. 1 game.
She's still fully into it at almost 5
yeah.
hours. Jelena Risic was at the very first tournament that Djokovic won as a pro back in 2006. Long-term relationship. Hasn't always been a constant presence, and been around a lot more since Novak's family stopped coming to these events. Her father wasn't too thrilled with her presence all the time. Novak says, "I'm the boss now, and I'd like her to come." Don't know if he said it exactly that way.
Okay, all right. I take your word
But
for
that
it, Chris.
that was the gist.
Okay.
Hesitation on the call, no overrule.
And the players don't have a ton of confidence in the lines people at this point, and that's why there's been a lot of bad calls during the whole tournament.
Novak says again,
Yeah,
I was in control of the point.
And Novak
somewhat.
says, "Why do I have to challenge?" He's ticked off about it. Pascal Maria, who's in the chair, has done an outstanding job in this match.
It's more important to step in later in a set if the players have used up some challenges and overrule then. That amazing run last year of 62-2 through the end of the U.S. Open. Federer, at Roland Garros, the only man to take even 2 sets off of Djokovic.
Right.
Beat him 3-1.
How nice is this for Nadal to get a couple of cheap points on serve, which he wasn't getting in second, third, and most of the fourth set.
Is it more effective serving, or is the return just dropped a little bit?
He's a little more amped up on serve. And
Very different start to to this set from the previous 3. If you're just waking up, as Rafa asked for the ice towel, welcome to the Australian Open final. It's been a great one. First set, a little bit of a sluggish start for Djokovic off the Murray marathon. Patrick, a few more misses than we're used to seeing from him, and Rafa finally was able to capitalize. 7-5.
Yeah, it was really scratchy from both guys, to be honest. In the second set, Djokovic won that, and in the third set, it really looked like this thing was over, to be honest. At the end of the third set, Djokovic won it easily, but in the fourth set, Nadal hung on, got it into the tiebreak, got the crowd going, and got some serious energy going to win that tiebreak.
Crucial moments in that fourth set, serving at 3-4, love 40. Aggressive play, some quality serves to erase the break chance. And he think he won the match.
Yeah, he's down on his knees by winning the set.
Well, he won a huge victory to prolong this. You see the stats and the percentages, but really it was more about guts and just the fighting determination of Nadal after all the heartache that Djokovic inflicted on him last year, taking away the ranking, taking away the titles, and now he finds himself in the position of the pursuer, trying to get it back. This bodes well for 2012, doesn't it?
Oh, I'd say so.
Whatever happens in this fifth set.
This has been unbelievable.
Thank you.
That was the first real sign of any jelly legs coming from Djokovic.
Yeah, he lost his strength there when he went out to this forehand in the legs, kind of no stability.
Nadal would have taken notice. The legs are not 100%. He has the ability to, as you said, Patrick, swing freely. Shots like that.
Yeah, he can win points with shots like this without having to move a lot.
Let's see if he starts to go for more quicker in the rally.
Left. Second service.
Nadal may have just noticed Uncle Tony's up out of his chair.
Yeah,
so
this is the moment.
Yeah, you know what he thinks.
It can be dangerous, though, to draw a real firm conclusion by what you see.
No, but it's
sometimes you're convinced it's real concern.
It's waited 4 hours 58 for this particular moment.
Still so dangerous, even if depleted.
No question.
Both points won in this game have been real quick.
Nadal had that lined up.
14-13.
It took Djokovic almost 5 hours to get to this match against Andy Murray. And we are just about at exactly 5 hours in this one.
Didn't want to have to run cross court, so a little extra force behind that shot wins Djokovic the game. We are at the 5-hour mark, so just 9 hours and 50 minutes of punishing tennis. The last 2 rounds for Djokovic and counting. Does Nadal try to work the legs or continue to play super aggressive? He must be
both
wrestling with that.
Both. Yeah. You can't step off the gas for a second.
No doubt Nadal's got fresher legs at this point.
15.
Might find Novak playing the score a little bit on Nadal's service games now.
He's got to take the legs and not make that the dominant factor in this set.
Staggered.
Does show, again, a lot of vulnerability between points. It can get real negative. When you see it happening in a point, then you know it's an authentic factor. Good move for that. That's what Barry mentioned. Maybe letting a point or two go in a Nadal service game and Rafa builds a lead. Can be risky. Nadal will challenge, waited for the call. Would have been a tough overrule for Pascal Maria. Long way from his vantage point.
You got the call there from Uncle Tony.
Box said they'll challenge it. Thank goodness for the system. So Djokovic, a slow walk to his chair. If he in fact isn't able to find some more fuel, get the legs moving, he'll have to adjust his tactics, won't he?
Well, he's pretty good at rope-a-doping.
Yeah.
And that's probably what he's going to try to do. And he'll try to save some energy when he gets to an important point on Nadal's serve, if he can break, get to a 15-30, a 30-all. He did quite a bit of that in the match against Murray. Got up 5-2 in the 5th set in that match. Murray battled back to 5-all. And finally Djokovic able to win it. When we talk about last year, the domination of Djokovic Those first 2 wins on the hard courts really sort of turned the tide mentally. 7-6 in the third, Djokovic in Miami. And then in 2 clay court finals, Djokovic won both in straight sets.
Notice that in the 2 Grand Slam finals, Nadal was able to dig really deep, win the 3rd set, but then Djokovic was able to reassert control pretty quickly in the 4th sets.
It hasn't also been a pleasure in the 2 semi-finals. Djokovic and Murray playing 5 sets, and Federer and Nadal playing a tough 4-set match. And then we have 5 hours of tennis here, that not once has a trainer been called to the court.
Not yet. Novak continuing to try to stretch those legs. Complained of a little hamstring niggle, as they call it down here in the Ferrer match, but it wasn't a factor afterwards. He said he was fine. See how he handles this service game. Legs can certainly affect the pace of your serve if they're a little rubbery.
Yes.
So this will be a glimpse. Now he's really feeling. He's 109. So well off his best serve.
And Nadal looking to go after the ball. That was a well-hit return from Nadal, and that's one that he wants to go after there. Nadal's won that trophy once. Djokovic has won it twice. The balance isn't quite there for Djokovic right now.
Is the belief there? He's never won back-to-back 5-set matches. So all the things that he's accomplished, all that belief that he's built up, this is something he hasn't had to do.
Well, Darren said it perfectly. We're in uncharted territory here. Control the point there. Kind of get the feeling as Nadal's running these balls down that he's going to come up with one of those miraculous running passing shots, and that's going to be just make this place go nuts. Djokovic didn't let him get a good swing at it at that point.
He had plenty of those against Federer, didn't he? Again, a good cut at the return.
I just feel like Nadal's hitting the ball crisper now.
Rafa digging in. It's a different face than we saw a few sets ago.
digging in.
Hasn't had a break point since set 3 at least, and didn't have a single break point in the 4th.
There it is.
And right to work on the legs, quickly in the point. No real explosion of emotion from Nadal.
He can taste it now.
He can. A little fist pump, but he knows there's still work to do. Djokovic can be dangerous to the end.
All of a sudden, Nadal's ball is exploding off the court.
Didn't even have to be that precise with the forehand, but that sends a message. Boom. Djokovic nowhere near it. Touch.
15.
He didn't have perfect balance there either. Just trying to build a lead in a Nadal service game. Maybe apply a little pressure.
Throughout this match, Nadal has really struggled on his serve. And in this set, 11 of 12 on the first serve points.
Amped up a little bit, you said, and also something coming off those explosive moves to
not quite return. Not quite getting there with his weight behind the ball as often now as Djokovic.
Does Nadal throw in more wide serves? Challenge, but that was a gift. Rafa cannot believe it. He had a lot of room up the line. And that Does apply a little scoreboard pressure all of a sudden in this service game.
Nadal has 2 challenges remaining.
Novak's got that look back in his eye.
Yep.
Pulling on those reserves. I've seen this many times in the last 12 months.
Thank you.
A gift like that can help spark a comeback. Making a push. Such a different game. It's 40-15 without that miss.
Oh, totally.
It was one of the easier shots that all had all night. Now break point. Turning point, perhaps. Rafa may really regret that easy backhand miss. There are 2 great fighters in this court. Let's check in with Brad and Chris.
It's remarkable as we watch yet another swing in this match. If you're just joining us, well, a good Sunday morning. You might be looking for the re-air of the men's final at this point on ESPN2, but we're still live. It's the longest men's final in Grand Slam history.
All right, and let's look at the turning point of this match. Otherwise, we'd have been out of here a long time ago, about an hour and 15 minutes ago. It was 3-4 in the fourth, 5 points from losing, and watch these 2 points at 15:40 that Rafa does unbelievable work to turn this match around. Otherwise, Djokovic would have served the match. That was at 15 points. This is at 30-40. Good backhand, goes to the slice. And this is maybe one of the only times he had a backhand down the line winner the whole match, changed up the pattern. And then right after that, we had the rain delay, which completely changed the complexion of this match. And we were back in the thick of things at 3-4 in the fifth. What a turnaround there on that break.
And a turnaround yet again as we are back on serve in the 5th set. Djokovic to serve back to Chris and Patrick.
And as soon as he got that gift there, in spite of the look in his eye, you could feel a little energy burst. And then Djokovic trying to trot back. He's still going to have to manage this condition, Patrick, but he is alive.
Well, and also, you know, when you get to 4-3 now, you know the finish line's in sight. So, you know you can sort of push. It's not that much longer to get to the finish line.
A tie break in the 5th set, but if he'd gone down 5-2, it would have felt like a mountain.
Nadal's got to put that out of his mind, and he's so good at moving forward. You expect that he will. Missed it.
Never been a longer Australian Open match. We know it's the longest Grand Slam final.
I have no idea. And Novak's got to be thinking the same thing.
They both said it. Suffering and relishing it. Because this is what you dream about, a chance to play in a match like this. This is what validates all the training you put in.
Djokovic knew that he had to keep that volley short because Nadal was sprinting over to cover it.
You have a guy in the Channel 7 commentary box, Leighton Hewitt. He's won a couple of majors in his time, that was known for putting himself through physical pain, but I'm not sure that he ever tortured himself on a tennis court like these two guys have today.
We never went this long. By dropping back.
Well, that's why
a little defensively.
When you asked me that earlier, Chris, that's why I said he's got to do both. If he senses that Djokovic is tiring, you still have to play offensive, because if you play defense, then especially with the tempo of this match, that's playing into Djokovic's hands, because now he's not even making Djokovic move as much.
A couple of very defensive points in this game.
That ball toss is getting way too much in front. He's chasing it.
We are level in the final set. Kiss of the cross. And get a little help from the other side, if not from above, in that last game, and that got him back in it. Now, pressure on Nadal.
We talk about him feeling it physically, but I mean, Nadal's got to be feeling it too.
True. Has to be a little dip. How you feel physically when you suffer an emotional blow like giving away the break in this last set.
How do these guys do it?
Djokovic hits the deck. Absolute torture and a standing ovation. And 15 love. Unbelievable. Rafa trying to push along the pace for once. That's the kind of point that can win you 2 or 3.
Yeah, that's some irony there.
Crazy stuff. Notice also Nadal did not take one look down the other side of the court.
There is no way either guy can be fully recovered from that. Not after 5:24. quick points, Patrick. I don't think either guy, especially Novak, is in the mood to run right now. Again, Nadal ignoring what he sees on the other side.
Good.
He's too tired to even complain now. Well, these two guys, Chris, obviously have a lot of respect for each other. I wouldn't say they're the best of friends, but after this performance tonight, we talk about respect of a whole nother level.
I would agree. Not unfriendly at all. They get along okay.
Yeah.
That missed.
Good idea to hit back behind weary legs, but a miss that delivers some scoreboard pressure. 2 sets all 4, all 30 all.
Reach back.
And find. 117. Probably as big as he can hit it after 5.5 hours.
Got it. And you mentioned it earlier, Chris, and you go to the body, you better come with something on it, and this didn't have enough. And even Djokovic, with weary legs, still has enough to get out of the way of that. That's a bold return.
For the first time Since the tiebreak, Nadal really under pressure now in his final set. He's been playing with the lead. Break here, and Djokovic can serve for the championship.
Deuce in the 5th set after 5.5 hours. You got the presence of mind to come up with that shot.
Yet another challenge. A night of great challenges ahead for Djokovic. He'll get new balls to serve in a must-hold game.
That could actually help Nadal with this situation, because if he can step back and with the roof closed, get that ball to jump a little bit. And I think it has been jumping a little bit more. Darren called for that. Darren, what do you think courtside?
No, I agree with that. It has been a little bit more, but again, it depends where Rafa stands on that return of serve. If he hits that ball up the middle of the court, then it gives Novak a chance to unload on that first forehand and get control of the point. So he still has to find that right balance between being defensive and keeping the ball in, but also staying aggressive. So I would err on the side of aggression here. He's up. All the pressure's on Novak.
Epic. Overused word.
Yep.
I think it applies here. Here's illustration of what these two men have already achieved. Longest final in the open era in a major. Latest finish to a Grand Slam final. 116 here.
And respect.
Mad respect. Confirmation of what we already knew about these two guys. But still another level.
Thank you. Thank you.
Novak's only 6'2", but it seems like he stands about 7 foot tall on the tennis court because his strike zone on both the forehand and the backhand is so big. So tough for Nadal to get it outside of his pocket.
Just what the doctor ordered for Djokovic. A 40-love lead.
Burning very little energy so far to try to get it to 5-all.
Oh,
what a hole.
How does a guy find that kind of angle in the middle of the court? The ball landed inside the service box off his forehand. Watch this. Rips this backhand. The ball lands well inside the service box, and look where he hit it from, the middle of the court.
He's finding a lot of stuff I didn't think he knew was there.
Yeah. .537.
Nadal is hitting the ball bigger now than he was in the first set.
from Nadal there. Deep return.
Yep, Djokovic has had so much success with that play throughout this match. Stepping in on the second serve return.
This is his moment. Two guys who redefine the boundaries of what's physically possible on a tennis court tonight. Djokovic summoning some energy. Says, thank goodness.
30.
That's what Darren was talking about. He caught it with the naked eye, and there's confirmation.
Proof positive. I believed him. Without that,
as I said,
crazy.
Redefining what's supposed to be physically possible.
Exactly. Bent over.
Two guys that absolutely refuse to surrender. An incredible point. Nadal is hunched over. He was on the run, scrambling throughout. A chance for the defending champion.
Is there actually, can we come up with a way where someone doesn't have to lose this?
Just keep playing till dawn?
Yeah.
Just spinning that serve in at 75, and Novak not able to time the return. He'd love another cut here.
He got no legs into it. It actually turned out to be a blessing because it landed so short that Djokovic couldn't get to it.
This is all I'd like to have another look at that serve. All confused.
He hit the ball and he said,
Nadal saying there was an out call. It's hard to tell what the complaint was to Pascal Maria. Something else to shake off. Novak has another chance. a break that delivers the title to his racket. And if he can serve it out, and Nadal backed in the corner again. Djokovic checking out the highlights on the screen, admiring.
His mental fortitude and the fact that he's been able to sort of relax has been amazing to watch, because obviously physically you know how much he's struggling, but he's been able to sort of laugh. He's been able to look up at his box, he's kiss his necklace, all things to I think allow him to still compete. And this guy has absolutely emptied the bucket. And now he's got to go back out there again, Chris, to try to stay in it.
Both guys searching for just a little bit of fuel in a bottle and in a banana. Nadal has fought from behind seemingly ever since the end of the first set. Shown unbelievable will. But can he do so again?
Challenge to buy himself a couple extra seconds.
Djokovic has 2 challenges.
What can you say?
Thank you.
Yeah.
To both men.
Look at this guy.
Break point for 6-all.
Let for service. Thank you. Thank you.
Championship win after 5 hours and 53 minutes. Unforgettable. Unmatched. Grand Slam final. A new definition of suffering for a title. New boundaries on the tennis court, Patrick. A third straight Grand Slam title, 4 out of 5. And Nadal, shirtless as well. Showed his iron will.
You got to feel for Nadal, and you got to think about that backhand, Chris. Unfortunately for him, at 4-2, 30-15, get him to 40-15. But what a comeback for Nadal to get in the match. And Djokovic absolutely digging just as deep as Nadal did to get into the match to win it.
His pain is forgotten for the moment. Nadal will feel this pain for the rest of his life. Down a set, then up 2 sets to 1. Seemingly in control of the fourth. Nadal wrestles it away in a tiebreak. In trouble in the 5th. Down a break. Looked to be down and out. Dead in the legs. And somehow finds the way back. Well,
man,
there really aren't any words.
No.
There really aren't. 5 hours, 53 minutes, the longest Grand Slam final, the longest Australian Open match. But not just the length of it, the quality of it, and what both guys showed.
Well, you think you've seen almost everything, and then it boggles your mind what two men can do. And that, that's the beauty of tennis, is that this one-on-one battle can turn into what this became tonight. Was a test of obviously incredible skill, but more than that, incredible will between two guys that just absolutely wouldn't give in. And it looked like Nadal was out of it after the 3rd set. I mean, from a tennis standpoint, but he literally willed himself into the match. And then if you're Novak Djokovic, you've played almost 5 hours in the semis 2 nights ago, and now you're into almost 6 hours in this one. It's just incredible that anybody can do this.
In the end, the match was not lost. It wasn't Nadal fading or his will failing or anything. It was tiny margins, which will eat at him forever, because he's now lost his 7th straight final, 3rd in a major to Djokovic. And as you said, it's a ball clipping a tape a couple of times in that 5th set. Once when he had the lead, so a 1/4 of an inch, 1/2 an inch.
In some ways, he outplayed Djokovic in the 5th set. I mean, he was hitting the ball bigger, but we know what Djokovic has done in the last year, but this elevates him to a whole nother realm with this kind of effort, this kind of performance. And now not only is he the #1 player in the world, but now he's got this epic match as part of who he is now.
You only truly find out who you are and what you're capable of when you have a rival to push you like that. It would have been almost inconceivable. Djokovic never would have believed that he could have played a 5-hour, 53-minute match against Nadal with the kind of points he knows he has to play and win. But he discovered something he never dreamed he had tonight.
Yeah, I mean, and that was part of what Rafael Nadal talked about, is this challenge of trying to beat this guy that's beaten him and trying to find out what you're about. And this guy found out a lot about himself tonight, Novak Djokovic.
Both guys in a glaze. Forget the physical punishment, but the mental strain as well, the complete focus, the realization that if you let off, lose focus for a second, the other guy will pounce. Thank you, Novak. Thank you, Rafa. Shows why we love the sport. Let's check in with Brad Gilbert and Chris McKendry.
Just remarkable, Chris, to think possibly the match of the season and the first big Grand Slam event of the season, Brad. But then you look at what this means for Novak Djokovic, big picture. He's now the 4th man ever to win 4 or 5 Grand Slams.
I mean, unbelievable, defining match. I mean, the point that I'll remember, that 4-2, 30-15 point, where Rafa missed that 1-foot putt. And then all of a sudden, somehow from that missed backhand, Joker, who looked to be like he had nothing left in the tank, found another gear. And I tell you, this match will lift him, I think, to a repeat performance of last year. And now he will go to the French. Forget about the Rafa Slam last year. We got Joker's Wild. The Joker Slam is a possibility now. And what a will of effort for 2 matches in a row. And the guy at the end of the match, to me, seemed like he found another gear. He was just cracking the ball. Both guys were hitting the ball. And you got to feel for Rafa. That's got to be the toughest beat of his career without a doubt.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if there were
Let's go down to Sandy Roberts for the trophy
a
presentation.
standing ovation after that performance, it's these 2 great warriors. Something I'm sure we'll all remember for a very long time. And so we come to the official part of our presentation. And joining me for that presentation is the President of Tennis Australia, Mr. Steve Healy, and also the Senior Executive Vice President of Kia Motors Corporation, Thomas O, and also a gentleman whose fortress we're in tonight, the great man, Rod Laver. Kia have been wonderful supporters of tennis throughout this country, and it's now my pleasure to once again introduce to you, please make him welcome, Thomas O.
Gentlemen, congratulations on such a great display of tennis today. On behalf of the global Kia Motors family, I offer both of you my sincere thanks for demonstrating exactly why the Australian Open is growing in popularity each year. Throughout this year's tournament, both of you have shown such a great determination, sportsmanship, and the passion for the game. And it is for these reasons we are such a proud supporter of what is Kia Motors' longest running major sports sponsorship. And I would like to thank everyone at the Tennis Australia for their terrific organization of this event. But what truly makes the Australian Open so special is what I consider to be the very best fans in the world. All of us at the Kia Motors, thank you for your support year in and year out. Once again, congratulations to both of our finalists for making this year's Open such a memorable experience. Thank you.
Both players will get half their
Thomas,
prize
and
money to
thanks
cut
once
this
again
speech short,
to
I
Kia
promise you.
Motors. Well, a man who I'm sure has been absolutely delighted with the past fortnight is going to join us now. That is the President of Tennis Australia, Steve Healy.
Your Excellencies, Governor Mrs. Chernoff, His Royal Highness the Duke of Kent, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what an epic match to mark the 100th anniversary of the Men's Singles Championship at the Australian Open. The longest match ever in Australian Open history and the longest Grand Slam final ever. This Australian Open has been like an unfolding drama. Compulsive, fanatical viewing, some new and some familiar characters, an ending that simply couldn't be determined until the very end, leaving us all wishing for more. It has been absolutely incredible. I'd like to thank our Tennis Australia team. Thank you. I'd like to thank our Tennis Australia team. I'd like to thank our Tennis Australia team, our Chief Executive Steve Wood, Tournament Director Craig Tiley, and referee Wayne McEwen on a fantastic job over the last fortnight. To all of our tournament staff, your friendly, efficient and enthusiastic style is why the players have termed this the Friendly Slam. Thank you very much. To the Premier Ted Baillieu and the Victorian Government, thank you for your support of this event and the redevelopment of Melbourne Park, which will make this an absolutely incredible facility when it's finished in a few years' time. My thank you to our host broadcaster, Channel 7, for their incredible coverage over this fortnight and indeed all of the Australian Open series. To all of our suppliers and sponsors, thank you. To you, the fans, there is no more knowledgeable and respectful crowd in the entire world, and you've helped us break, in fact obliterate, the crowd record with over 686,000 spectators through the gates in the last 2 weeks. Thank you also to all of our fans on TV who've watched all around Australia and around the world. And finally, to the gladiators who've performed in 2012, thank you to all of the men who've played here this week. Rafa, commiserations, but your graciousness and sportsmanship in defeat is unrivalled, and you are just a fantastic ambassador for the sport. And to Novak, congratulations, your 5th Grand Slam, your 3rd here in Australia. You have well and truly earned your #1 ranking in the world, and it's our great honour to add your name for the 3rd time to the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And just before we meet our runner-up and our champion, there is one other gentleman we would like to thank, and that is the chair umpire. Please give him a warm round of applause, Mr. Pascal Maria. Thank you, Pascal. Pascal Maria, ladies and gentlemen. Thank him once again. So to our runner-up, one of the great fighters in the game, as we have witnessed tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Rafael Nadal.
Good morning, everybody. First thing that I have to say, just congratulations to Novak and all his team. They deserve it. They are doing something fantastic, so congratulations. Well, second thing, thank you very much to all my team to support me like that. Without them, gonna be always impossible to be here. You know, there is a lot of years in the tour. Every year is tougher, and start the season with a final here and playing this fantastic match, I believe, against Novak is a fantastic start. So happy for that, and without them, always impossible. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rod Laver, to be here supporting this event, one of the greatest ever. So it's always a pleasure to play here in this court. Who has your name? Thank you very much for being here. I just can say thanks to the volunteers, all the ball boys, umpires, everybody who make this tournament possible, all the organization to make us feel like home. It's probably the best tournament in the world for the players, best Grand Slam, the organization for the players. So that's something fantastic. So thank you very much, all Australia. I don't know if I say it, but the sponsors, without them, impossible to have an event like this. Thank you very much to support sport, and in this case, support our sport is tennis. Kia, especially the main sponsor. Thank you very much. And last thing, and most important one, thank you, really, really, thank you very much, everybody, all yours. Thank you. I really had
a fantastic 2 weeks, and with all the love that you show me, is something unforgettable for me, and I never will forget this match ever because of you. Even if I lost, was something really, really special for me. Thank you very much. I hopefully will come back a lot of years here. I will keep fighting. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Rafael Nadal, who leaves here a winner. And so to our champion, and he has proven, particularly in the semi-final and the final, that he is without doubt a man of steel. Our 2012 champion and champion for the third time, Novak Djokovic.
Good morning from me too, to everybody. First of all, Rafa, you're one of the best players ever. You're one of the most respected guys on the tour. We made a history tonight, and you know, unfortunately, there couldn't be two winners tonight. But I wish you all the best for this season, and I wish. And I hope that we will have many more matches like this, many more finals. And of course then to Rafa's team, all the best. And then my team, my girlfriend, my coach, my physio, my fitness coach, everybody who has been with me for many years already, supporting me all the way through in my career, professional life, private life. You've been my biggest support, and without you, this wouldn't be possible. Thank you very much. I want to say zdravo svima to Serbians and Serbians here, and to all my country, Serbia, my parents, my brothers, my family, my friends who've been watching and supporting me. God, I'm so sorry. It's been a very long match. I need to then thank, of course, crowd, who has been the most supportive. And I think what makes Australian Open very special is the diversity of the tennis fans. I think it's very multicultural here, multicolored. You can see people coming with their flags of their country, supporting their tennis players, and it's sometimes it feels that you're not on a tennis court, how much noise you guys produce, and it's really for us is a great feeling, and it's a pleasure to play in front of you. Thank you. Then in the end, of course, it's my great privilege to be standing here in front of one of the greatest players ever, Rod Laver. Thank you, all the sponsors for participating in organization of this tournament, Kia, Jacobs Creek, NZ. I'm sorry if I forgot some sponsors, and all the volunteers, everybody who is behind the scenes, you know, physios and ball kids, people who make this tournament possible and enjoyable for all of us. Thank you very much, and I'll see you next year.
Let's hear it once again, ladies and gentlemen, for our champion, Novak Djokovic, and our runner-up, Rafael Nadal.
Well, tremendous grace, class, and patience for a presentation that broke a longevity record of its own. But Nadal in defeat, no surprise. Brave smile. Wouldn't be surprised if he collapsed in the locker room.
Oh boy, but it looks like I thought both guys were going to collapse during the ceremony.
Thank goodness they brought a chair out. It's got to be an excruciating feeling to come second in a match like that and try to stand there and keep it inside. And for Djokovic, he's known for his boisterous celebrations with his camp. I'm not sure they're going to have the energy to jump up and down to the hallway with the trophy like they did last year.
No, they might have to wait a couple days before they do go back to Serbia with yet another major title, and certainly all the momentum for this year. But You know, the nature of this match was so physical, Chris. It maybe didn't have some of that crazy shot making that the Nadal-Federer match had at Wimbledon, that great Wimbledon final. But this one's got to be right up there. I mean, just for sheer will and determination. Obviously, the almost 6-hour mark. But both these guys, I mean, it's just mind-boggling to think, you know, where else can this game go?
It found new boundaries tonight, didn't it? Thanks to these two men. The Wimbledon match, I think, with the 2 rain delays was such a mental war. The drama of would it finish, would it carry over. Tonight, I think more about guts, legs, lungs, heart, certainly the mind in the end. Was there something that you think at the end separated these two guys and decided the outcome?
Well, I think it was Djokovic's ability to go for broke a little bit more. But really, it seemed to me that he should have won the match in 4 sets. I mean, if you look at the numbers and all his breakpoint opportunities, and in fact, it was Nadal that sort of just willed himself to get into it. And I think at the end of the day, after a week or so, as Nadal leaves the court, he'll probably look at this match, Chris, and he'll have to come out of it fairly positive from a tactical standpoint, that he was able to start being more offensive, and it started to pay off for him.
But he will no doubt mention and refer to that point at 4-2.
Oh, yes.
When he hit the backhand into the net, would have been for perhaps a chance to put Djokovic out of it. Novak Djokovic, boss of the Aussie Open, a fresh season, a familiar champion, an unforgettable final.